Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, staff and council, to this evening's regular meeting of council for April 26, 2022. This is an in-person council meeting, but is being live streamed on the Town of Greater Napanese YouTube channel. To follow the agenda, please refer to our website at greaternapanee.com. Before I start, I would like to welcome both our CAO, John Pinsent, also our clerk, Jessica Walters, and our HR, Michael Fisher, to their first meetings within Chambers. Even though they have been with us a while, and certainly we haven't been able to meet in our actual chambers until now. I would also like to thank all the staff involved in setting this up. The furniture all sat at Selby, which we were lucky to have that building to operate from. But it really was quite an effort, and to IT as well, which I'm really glad to see them here tonight for the support. We couldn't get through without all that. So be patient with us. We're hoping that this is all going to work, and if we have to stop for any reason, we certainly will. With that, I will call the meeting to order, please. I will look for a resolution for the adoption of the agenda as amended to have 13.6 follow 12.9, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a conflict of interest for 12.13 as the applicant is a family member.
Thank you. I, as mayor, will be declaring a conflict of interest to 12.9 as well as 13.6 as a perceived conflict as a family member owns property close to this development. I also will declare conflict of interest enclosed for 4.1 as that will be discussing some nominations of which I submitted some. I don't want to be present for any kind of voting or decision on it. With that, I will move on to the public meetings. PLZACO 2022-023. I need a motion, please, to convene the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that? Motion is carried. Thank you. Michael, I'll let you go ahead with this, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me, this application, just to clarify, we have not had anybody registered to speak for or against, okay. And I don't believe anybody is in the audience to speak for or against. We have a proposal to rezone 100 Palace Road. This is an older property on Palace Road to allow for the construction of a semi-detached dwelling. An older lot with a good amount of frontage. Certainly the proposed semi-detached would be able to meet the maximum lot coverage, yard setbacks, etc. It certainly fits with the area and is permitted under the official plan, land use designation being low density residential. So with that, I'd be open to taking any questions that council might have. And if we can't answer them, then certainly we'll have them answered for the recommendation report.
Council, any questions? Yeah, Councillor Richardson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the footprint of the new semi-detached property, how is it compared to the old single-family dwelling that what they have there?
Can I just take one moment and do a quick measurement?
I just want to check too to see if your mic's close enough. Is the sound good on that? Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I can comment, it certainly will be larger, but I will let you know the approximate amount very shortly. The current size of the home on the property is approximately 125 square meters. And the proposed, I believe they gave us an area in the application. About 220 square meters, give or take, for the new proposed semi-detached.
Okay, thank you. And the, so is, and I don't want to make you do a whole bunch of math, but is that like a 50% or 60% of the lot size for the structure? Do we know that? And I'm sure I can figure it out later, but the second question I have is there any reason for the staggered of the side-by-side? It looks like it's staggered. Is that just aesthetics, or is there a reason for it?
I believe that's just aesthetics. That's what that's the design the applicant prefers. The lot size is about 900 square meters, so the 220 square meters was a high number. It's probably more in the range of 200 with taking all the corners into effect. So.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michael on this information for the public meeting? Seeing none, I would take a resolution then to adjourn this public meeting. Moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 4.2, PLZACO 2022-024. Resolution, please, to convene this public meeting under the Planning Act. Councillor McCormack, Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Michael, and do we have someone that is coming in to speak to us on this by Zoom, I understand?
We have the applicant's agent available for questions, but I don't believe they intended to make any remarks this evening.
Okay.
This application, previous to the most recent consolidated zoning bylaw update, which was undertaken in 2016, this lot was certainly a developable lot. GIS information received from the CRCA has since transformed the drainage ditch in the rear of the property to be classified as a watercourse. So unfortunately there's an EP buffer around this and a floodplain associated with it. So the proposal is to permit the development of a single detached unit, a minimum of 6.27 meters from the limit of the floodplain, rather than the minimum required 15 meters. CRCA has reviewed the applicant's engineering analysis, which was done by a previous owner, and they're honoring that previous work and understanding that not a lot of development within the drainage catchment area has had a great impact on that work. So certainly there is a floodplain on the property, but it's very manageable. And the CRCA has very recently provided comment that they're in favor of allowing for this rezoning. It's too bad that this is a legal lot. It was created under a plan of subdivision. And unfortunately, over time, the drainage ditch has become naturalized and considered now as a watercourse. So we need to go through this formal process to allow the development of the property.
Questions to Michael on this? And we have no one coming in to speak to, okay, thank you. If not, if there are no questions of council, then I would ask please for a resolution to adjourn the public meeting on this application, please. Councillor McCormack, Councillor Richardson, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 4.3, zoning bylaw amendment. I need, again, please, a resolution to convene the public meeting on this one, please. Moved by Councillor Richardson, Councillor Pennell, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Michael, please.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be going through a short presentation this evening, hopefully not more than 10 minutes or so. But thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm pleased to present this general zoning bylaw update that staff have been reviewing, and it was in response to the request from council to permit the parking of trailers in driveways earlier in this year. I would like to note this is just a public meeting. We're not proposing to pass any bylaw this evening. We're looking for feedback from council on the proposed modifications to the bylaw. So we did have council direction provided in January, and that was to amend section 4.38 of the zoning bylaw to allow for the parking of trailers in driveways during the camping months and to provide property owners with the permission to encroach on the municipal sidewalk for a temporary period to allow for winterizing efforts. At the same meeting, staff proposed amending allowing the parking of up to 2 boats on properties rather than currently the only 1 allowed. We have noticed this has been happening quite often anyway, and many times water sport enthusiasts have more than 1 boat in their ownership. Certainly requiring those boats to continue to be stored in the necessary setbacks is proposed to be continued. We've also identified a number of other potential avenues to clarify some language in the bylaw and provide some more flexibility. We're looking at clarifying language regarding detached accessory structures on waterfront properties, looking at including permission for individuals in the rural area to construct a garage prior to the dwelling, looking at amending the definition of mobile eating establishment as it relates to seasonal uses, and recommending amending the parking standards to provide for a mix of car and truck parking spaces, as well as align our accessible spaces with AOTA standards, and includes an appropriate setback for multi-unit development parking areas from adjacent lower density residential uses. So meaning apartment parking areas that are abutting, for example, single detached, semi-detached properties. We're also looking at clarifying language and amending the size of secondary units relative to the primary unit, revising the servicing requirements for rural developments to simply just comply with the Ontario Building Code as it relates to sewage system installations, and I'll get into that a little bit more later, and clarify language regarding the installation of swimming pools and provide for greater flexibility for sizing of attached decks relative to lot lines. Currently, the bylaw provides permission to construct a detached accessory structure closer to the front lot line than the primary building when a property abuts water, if it's in the shoreline residential zone, for example, or the rural residential zone. It's not quite clear that it's permitted on private roads or private lanes. I believe it's intended, the way staff have been interpreting it, is that it's intended to allow for that setback to get those structures away from the water and put them more at the roadside while still observing the minimum required front yard setback. So we're proposing to add in the bolded language within this section where it's that the lot is to have frontage on an approved street or road or private road, lane, or right-of-way, and that the lot abuts a navigable waterway. So it's maintaining the same effect, it's just clarifying that language for staff.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Fennell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Mike, I'm glad to hear that because in the real estate world, the actual front, how we calculate things is the actual front of the house is on the water side. Mm-hmm. So therefore, it'd be like having a garage in your backyard, which is closer to the traveled road. So this is great to see. Thank you.
Moving on to construction uses. So this is where staff are proposing to allow for the construction of a detached garage prior to the establishment of the principal dwelling on the property. We've received this request quite often. And the intention is to provide flexibility to property owners who wish to undertake construction of their own homes by allowing that construction of the garage prior to the dwelling so they can store construction materials, tools, personal belongings, and not have to worry about theft, which has been known to occur. We're proposing that in order to ensure that the applicant, the property owner, follows through with construction of the house and they don't just leave the garage there, that a sworn affidavit and acknowledgement that the municipality may enforce the zoning bylaw should the construction of the primary building not proceed expeditiously. That would be required at signing and signed and submitted at the time that a building permit application is made. So we're proposing to add, sorry for all the language on the screen here, but the underlined wording at the bottom is proposed to be added. So it reads, with regards to a single lot within a rural area, the building or structure that will be incidental to the construction can be the garage for the lot, which can remain on the property after construction works are completed. So giving that flexibility to people, we've had this request quite often, and it's sometimes heartbreaking to say you can't build that garage before you build your house, and we understand that people do have good intentions to, ultimately follow through with construction of their house. So we believe having that sworn affidavit that they will follow through and they'll allow us to enforce our zoning bylaw if they don't follow through with the building would certainly meet the intent of the bylaw to ensure that that home is ultimately constructed. Oh, Your Worship, I believe, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, and I'm gonna have to remind you, I'm used to looking at a screen that's like Hollywood squares, and now I'm finding that I've gotta look both ways here, so I'll have a sore neck before we're done. Councillor Richardson was first, and then that's it, so you may have to give me even a bit of a yell, please.
I got rocks here for that.
Thank you so much, Deputy.
We promise not to throw hard. Thank you, Mike. I think you answered my second question. My concern was that in the event that, an unfortunate event that the person builds the garage and for reasons out of his control, he has to sell the property. Where does that put us? But I think you answered.
What we could do to address that is maybe have a standardized form, standardized development agreement, such that very, very much a fill in the blanks based on the property of the owner, that it, very similar to the sworn affidavit, it could be a development agreement that could be registered on title. So it would bind future property owners. If that's a direction council would like to go, we can certainly explore that avenue as well.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I just want to sort of protect ourselves and protect the future purchaser, just in case divorces happen all the time. So the second thing was, are there provisions that the outbuilding can't be lived in? Not that we should have to worry about that, but I've seen people live in lesser places. So
we can certainly build that into the development agreement. It is noted in the definition of a dwelling house that it's capable of being lived in year-round. It has all the necessary plumbing fixtures, sewage systems, etc. It would not be inferred from the definition that a garage could be considered a living quarters ultimately. But if we want to be ensuring the protection of those potential people that want to occupy it, we could make it very clear in the development agreement that they cannot do so. Have that language built in so that it's very clear that it's not allowed to be lived in or used as a dwelling for that.
yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, I think it's a great idea. Anybody that's built a house would welcome this addition because it's just a nice place to have your tools and equipment and supplies kept to keep dry and warm and safe. So if we could include some of that stuff, it'd be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I actually have three, and the third one came up because of Councillor Richardson. If we evolve our official plan to permit secondary dwellings in a detached structure like the carriage house apartment, that would preclude that, would it not?
It may. So it would. So the development agreement that I was speaking to would only be effective if there were not a subsequent building permit issued to allow for the renovation.
Which takes me to my second one, which was other requirements like lot coverage and other things would apply to the accessory building that's built first.
Certainly they would, yeah. What we would like to see and what we've been discussing at a staff level is requiring the applicant to give us the overall plan for the development of the property up front so we can verify these things prior to signing off.
Okay, and then my last one is, In the proposed language, the first statement says, but only so far as is necessary for the construction, and the last statement says it can remain afterwards. These seem like conflicting statements within the proposed wording.
So we're saying that it is required because it's a required structure to assist with the construction of the home, and that it is allowed to remain. So what the former portions of the wording are intending is that if you bring on, let's say, a shipping container while you're constructing a commercial property or even a residential property, it's only incidental for the construction and get it out of there after that construction is complete, but this is allowing it to remain there after.
Okay, I agree with the intention, but the wording is, but only for as long as is necessary.
Okay, we'll clarify that language.
Thank you.
Councillor McCormack?
Thank you, Worship. Just going back 2012 when we built, there was an old cottage on the property, so that being there gave us permission to build a garage prior to building a new house, correct?
That's correct. That would
Okay.
remain in effect, yes.
All right, so then we had to sign a guarantee and give the town, I think it was $5,000 in trust to guarantee that we would demolish the cottage within a certain period of time after the house was built. So in the agreement that you're looking to have signed to guarantee that these people will be building a house within a certain period of time, is there a monetary attachment to that?
We can certainly include that. We'll touch base with the town solicitor and see what they recommend. I'm sure they will recommend taking some form of security to really hold people's feet to the fire and make sure they do follow through, such that they can get that security back. I certainly would be supportive of doing so. I think what we're currently doing is requiring $5,000 deposit for guaranteeing the demolition of the cottage in that instance.
Yeah.
We could do something similar in this effect, to that effect. A similar monetary amount. It's not drastic on the overall cost of construction for the whole project, so I would think something in that range would likely be sufficient.
Okay, one more thing, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
You and I had a conversation, a hypothetical conversation, maybe, I don't know, a year and a half ago about this couple that bought a lot on South Shore Road, and they wanted to build a garage with accommodations above the garage.
Yep.
And use that during the process of building their house.
Yep.
But I think up until now, you can't have two residences on the same property. But part of the conversation that we had was that the province was leaning towards pushing to make changes in that area to accommodate for that possibility. Is that, I'm just going back here to having to build a house.
Yep.
And it could be not strictly a garage for storage of equipment and whatnot. Are we any closer to the realization of having a garage with a living quarter above?
That is tied to the official plan update, which we are diligently working away on. We're trying to have that before council, hopefully for adoption prior to mid to late fall. We're on track for it right now. It's a lofty goal, but we're pushing for it. Unfortunately, our official plan policies only permit at this time one dwelling house per lot. So until we make that change and bring us into compliance with, or into conformity rather, with provincial direction, we wouldn't be able to allow two on one property. But within a year or so, I certainly foresee that being a possibility.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. We haven't forgotten. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Michael, unless there's anything further. No, go ahead, please.
Moving on to seasonal uses. So during review of leases associated with mobile eating establishments on town land, we've noticed that there's a very restrictive definition of what a mobile eating establishment is, as it's considered a seasonal use. It essentially doesn't allow anything other than a trailer on a property to work and operate as a food truck, for example. So we're proposing to eliminate the last line in the definition where it says, such establishment shall not include vehicles capable of or once capable of being self-propelled. So it essentially restricts to just allowing a trailer, but instead allowing, let's allow like the food trucks and get that greater form of mobile eating establishment allowed in those areas. So if there's any questions or concerns there.
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Moving on to parking, we are proposing to amend several provisions within the parking provisions within the bylaw. There are several instances where the town has considered previously and approved smaller parking stalls than our current minimum size of 3 meters by 6 meters for every parking space. What we're looking at is doing a blend of car and truck parking spaces. This is just so that we can get some greater efficiency for these parking areas for larger developments, for example, like mixed use or larger residential, larger commercial. Keeping the same parking area but allowing more parking spaces to meet parking demand is certainly something that staff would be supportive of, and we're looking for feedback from council. What we're proposing is for a car parking space, the size being 2.7 meters by 5.8, and maintaining the 3 meters by 6 meters for truck parking spaces. And we believe having a ratio included in the bylaw would be required so that when we determine how many parking spaces are required given the demand for the property, we're able to delineate how many must be car, how many must be truck. We think 50% is a good ratio for the town, but looking for feedback from council to that effect. We're also proposing to amend the parking stall sizes for accessible spaces to directly align with AOTA standards, where there's type A and type B spaces for van and car parking. AOTA also provides for minimum ratios for how many type A and how many type B spaces you need. We're a little bit behind the times. Many other municipalities have come into alignment with AOTA standards for accessible spaces. So we're recommending making that change at this time. And we're also proposing to include a 2-meter setback between the parking lot for any multi-unit residential, so meaning apartment buildings, from any lower density residential abutting lands, so that we can get adequate buffering for plantings or fencing, just so there's not a lot of vehicle headlights and noise, et cetera, impacting those lower density residential uses. And we're also proposing to permit double wide driveways as of right without the need for a minor variance around lot coverage. So this was discussed at the February 22nd meeting as it related to subdivision parking. And I will note later in the agenda for the rezoning that's proposed for the Richmond Park Homes development, we've incorporated wording to that effect on a site-specific basis, but staff are supportive of the wording that we've come up with in order to meet that previous concern that council had.
Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. I guess it's a novel idea, and we're trying to make use of every inch that we have. I guess as long as we look at the management or the enforcement of it, I guess that's where I can see there's going to be a problem is when you get cars parking in the truck spots and trucks parking in the car spots.
Yeah.
We've kind of already seen that movie, so I guess that would be my only concern with respect to that. So.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Connell, and then I'll go to you, Deputy Mayor Garcia.
Okay. Through your worship, thank you very much. Michael, when you mentioned that the ratio would be about 50%, did that come from any of the recent traffic studies that we've been doing, or how did we come up with this number?
The 50% number is solely just based on staff's observations. Within traffic impact studies, it's really counting number of vehicles. It's not counting number of trucks versus number of cars. So just with our knowledge of the area and the municipality, 50% seems like a reasonable number. So we landed on that. We didn't want to be too heavy in either direction to start out. If we find that it's not working well, we can always modify those ratios, but we think 50-50 is a good number to start with at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I have three. The first one's the last one, which is the double spacing, so I like that one, so I just want to make that comment. The second one, in your proposed accessible parking stall, a van space is 3.4 meters, but earlier the truck stalls are 3 meters. That's a pretty big discrepancy. I recognize it's for accessibility, but the car spaces are the same width. So if we're allowing more space for a van, why is it so much more than for a truck, given that you still have the 1.5 meter access lane for discharging the passengers?
Is the concern that we're not allowing for large enough truck stalls?
I'm just
or-
asking why the discrepancy in the width between a van and a truck.
Vans typically have elevators that have side loading or rear loading. So the additional width is to accommodate that lift primarily. So loading into the access aisle, the platform comes off the van and into the van. That's essentially the real reasoning there.
Excellent. And the last one was the proposed 50% ratio, given that a lot of SUVs are based on trucks, both large and small platforms, and minivans and the such are slightly larger. I would suggest maybe higher than 50%, but I think that's a good starting point.
We can certainly reconsider, look at it again, take another review, maybe 40-60 in favor of, larger vehicle spaces. We'll look at it a little further and make a recommendation. Moving on to secondary units. Currently, the bylaw allows for secondary units to be installed in single detached, semi-detached, row dwellings. However, the language is a little bit contradictory in that it goes on to further state that you can only install one in a single detached, where it's intending to say within a primary unit. We're just looking at clarifying that language and inserting the term primary unit instead. It will certainly assist the staff and prospective applicants. We have seen a lot of uptake for secondary units this year. Like a record number have been, building permits have been issued for. So it's really making good use of these already developed properties and accommodating secondary units within them. We're also proposing to amend the maximum size to simply be the lesser of the primary unit size. Right now, it's a maximum of 45%, which is almost half. So the way in which that's interpreted to be the 45%, it can vary between individuals reading the provisions within the bylaw and the definitions thereof. So, some designers say we shouldn't be including mechanical areas or widths of hallways, et cetera. If we just are able to make it more clear that it's just simply less in size, that would go a long way for both the design and reviewers for when these secondary unit applications come in. We're not looking at amending any of the parking requirements. We're still proposing to keep those requirements in effect, and that's typically the limiting factor when you can install a secondary unit. If you don't have enough parking space on the property to accommodate that unit, you can't install one. So we're not proposing to make any of those changes, but some more administrative changes as a result. And looking at allowing for the access into those secondary units to be from the front, rear, side, or from a common vestibule inside the building. Currently, we don't allow access from the front, but we've noticed a lot of instances where there are front-facing garages with man doors attached that could very, very well be repurposed very economically. But we've unfortunately been having to make people install a new entrance from the side or rear. So giving that flexibility to property owners is something that we're looking at and proposing. So if there's any questions on that, I'd certainly be open to answering them.
Councillor Richardson, and I'll go to Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. And I think my only concern is that if we don't put a number, the 45% of the primary residents, if we don't, we will have some secondary properties or secondary structures that will be 2 square inches smaller than the primary, which is going to take up basically all of the yard. I like the idea of having a solid number on it, whether it's 45% or 50% or 55%, as opposed to opening it up and saying lesser, because what I think we will see is lesser just means a little bit smaller, and like I said, we're going to end up with very little yard space. So that's my only concern with that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pennell, did you wish to speak to that?
If council is averse to making the change, we can certainly leave it as is. I don't have a concern with that. It would. We've just noticed it would help streamline review and design processes. That if we were to just say it is to be a lesser in size, but if there is concern, I have no issue with leaving that in.
Councillor Pennell?
Thank you, through your worship. Michael, just wondering, what was the big deal about having the entrance off the front in the old days?
I'm uncertain as to why there was a restriction. It's allowed in the, so the secondary unit provisions are broken down into the urban serviced area and the rural areas. In the rural areas, they're allowed to be entered from the front of the building, but in the urban area, they weren't. I'm not sure why there was the difference. But certainly we've seen a lot of instances where there are front-facing garages with a man door there that could very well be used as the secondary unit's main access. So that we're proposing to make that change, but I'm uncertain as to why there was the restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to servicing, currently our bylaw provides that for any rural property, most rural properties to be developed, a class 4 sewage system must be installed. So what that would do in several instances is if you have a very small, older lot, for example, a small lot on like a waterfront lot, and you have a failed sewage system, you have to install a class 4 system. But the class 4 system design requirements today are fairly large systems, and oftentimes those lots are not able to accommodate that. The building code does have provision built in where if you have that instance where you're a small lot replacing a failed system and you don't have room for a class 4 typical, class 4 is a septic tank and a leaching bed. If you don't have room on the property for that, the building code allows you to use a holding tank subject to certain parameters where you need to have a pumping agreement with a pumper and high level alarms, et cetera. It's all built in to the building code, but the way in which our bylaw is structured today, we're not allowed to install those. So it's really handcuffing individuals that have failed systems on these small lots. So we're proposing just removing the class 4 subsurface disposal system from the language and solely relying on the building code since they have those provisions built in now for when you can install a holding tank. It's not like if you had a large rural property and you didn't want to install a sewage system, you would not be able to install a class 5 holding tank in that instance. You'd have to do a class 4, but it's these one-off instances where we've got a small lot and a failed system. So if there's any questions, I'd be certainly happy to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Almost through here.
That's okay.
So our trailer and boat parking. Currently the bylaw allows for only one boat to be parked on residential properties. We're looking at allowing up to 2. And the language that we're proposing for the parking of recreational vehicles in driveways is to allow that between April 1st and October 31st of each year. So it's proposed to include language that the minimum number of required parking spaces per property is continued to be maintained. So meaning a minimum of 2 spots is a requirement now. So if a property owner wants to park their trailer in their driveway, they have to make accommodation for a second spot if they're removing their second spot now. So whether that be a spot in the garage or potentially widening their driveway to accommodate that extra space, we're looking at making that a requirement so that we're continuing to have parking off-street as much as possible. The setbacks that we're proposing for the trailers is in alignment with current requirements for parking of boats and recreational vehicles, so minimum of 1 meter. But we're going to build in, or proposing to build in an exception for the front lot line, since there may be instances where the tongue may overhang the sidewalk for a short period of time during winterizing. So building in an exemption only where a temporary municipal encroachment permit has been issued in that instance. City of Kingston actually brought this into effect last year, and they've found it has worked quite well, allowing the parking of trailers in driveways.
Councillor Pennell?
Thank you, through your worship. Michael, when I see this, it says in the driveways, is it against the bylaw then if they were using their front lawn?
Yeah, we will build it. We intend to build in only in the driveway rather than the front lawn. We would like to avoid seeing trailers all over the front lawn unless council is open to allowing that. We certainly would be okay with that. Ideally, we have them in the driveway just from a streetscape perspective to keep it as clean looking as possible,
Okay, thank you.
unless there's any concern with that.
No, just clarification, thank you.
Michael, I might ask one, because people have asked me that have read some of this online. What will happen if, say somebody's on Bridge Street and it's tight and they need to be backing in and out, and either a trailer or a boat trailer with a boat are blocking their sight lines to be able to back out if it's tight? What happens then? How can we help avoid that for people?
Certainly education would be a primary method that staff would pursue. But what we can do too is build in, I hate having loose wording in the zoning bylaw, but we could have some wording to the effect that that these shall not impede sightlines for neighboring properties. If council wishes to take that route to provide that protection. But certainly when people inquire and when we notice these trailers parked in driveways, and if it's an obvious sightline issue that is being caused, then we can certainly stop in and educate those property owners. But again, if there's a concern, we can certainly build in some language that sightlines not be negatively impacted.
Thank you. Councillor McCormack?
Thank you, Worship. Michael, is there a maximum distance that we're talking about to come off the driveway into the road?
So the maximum, I believe we were, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we were going to allow a slight encroachment onto the sidewalk. So typically your front property line is not where the sidewalk starts, it's set back. So there would be an encroachment for a short time onto the sidewalk potentially if the trailer might be a little too long during winterizing. But the trailer must be small enough to fit entirely on the front, entirely in the driveway on the private property if it's to remain there for an extended period of time, for example. So given that separation typically from the sidewalk edge to the front property line, we believe there should be enough room to allow for a neighboring property owner to back out and get beyond the sight line of the trailer, that it wouldn't be an issue. That wouldn't be a problem for the smaller size trailers, but if people have very large trailers, then it could become problematic in those instances.
Should we consider having a maximum encroachment distance?
Into the,
Over the sidewalk.
Beyond the sidewalk, yeah.
Not everybody has boat trailers and stuff, and I can see it upsetting some people if they can't go down the sidewalk without having to go off into the road with oncoming pedestrian traffic or whatever.
Exactly. I believe the clerk is working on amendments to an existing bylaw. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it would require providing some sort of mitigation measure, whether it's pylons or taping, et cetera, just to identify that there is an encroachment. And I think we're going to be building in a maximum encroachment through the sidewalk in order to allow for safe passage of individuals still on the sidewalk itself. I'm not entirely sure though.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, that is correct. This is still in draft form, but definitely any sidewalk encroachment that would be permitted under this would need to consider that pedestrian access not be cut off. So you're at least, we're looking at this being a matter of inches, not feet. We don't have a specific measurement in mind yet, but we might be putting that into the proposed bylaw. But you would still need to be letting foot traffic through there. So we're not seeing it as parked all the way out to the road. And it would be a discretionary permit. If staff feel that it's going to cause sightline problems, the permit, we would have the discretion to not issue it.
So I just think to keep it simple for staff that are going to be issuing these temporary permits, that they have a set amount of encroachment allowed, so that we're not going back afterwards with bylaws saying, well, you're past what, and they'll say, well, look at the guy down the street. Or we're just avoiding, I think, if we can. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll certainly note that.
Anything else? Yeah, Deputy Mayor?
It just occurred to me as we were discussing that point that if the encroachment didn't extend beyond allowing for any accessible, Ontario Accessibilities Act probably has a minimum standard of passage width, and if that passage width is maintained despite the encroachment, I think that would be simple enough to ensure that, and maybe that's the wording that would help.
Yeah, we'll certainly explore that, make a recommendation to council.
Okay.
And lastly, final items here, swimming pools and decks. So currently the language associated with the setback for a swimming pool to the exterior lot line, so meaning a corner lot, it's not very clear. We're looking at adding in the wording or exterior side lot line. So the current wording is no part of such swimming pool is located closer than 1.2 meters to any rear or interior side lot line, but we're looking at adding in that it also includes the exterior side lot line. Currently, the bylaw does not allow for constructing a pool in the exterior side yard. The definition of that is essentially right beside the house on the property, between the house and the road. But the definition of the rear yard, where the pool is allowed, is the entire width of the lot behind the house. So the pool could be located behind the house, but there wasn't ever a definitive, how far can you be from that exterior lot line? So we're just looking at adding that in. And also we're looking at adding greater flexibility for the setback, the encroachment of decks into required setbacks and this primarily is for newer style subdivisions that are compact and efficient style subdivisions. We only allow an encroachment to a maximum of 1.5 meters into the required rear yard, looking at increasing that to a maximum of 2.5 meters. So what that really means is when you are constructing your new home in the Westbridge Estates subdivision, you are a minimum of 7.5 meters from the rear lot line. But if you were to build an attached deck, you can only have it 1.5 meters into that rear yard, not much of a deck. So we're looking at increasing that to 2.5 meters, where there's still going to be a good separation between neighboring property owners to the rear to keep that privacy, but allowing greater use of the outdoor area for a deck in that instance. So if there's any questions on that, I'll wrap up here. We do anticipate bringing a bylaw back for passage on May the 10th, unless anything comes up in between now and then that might come from council or the public. And we're looking at hearing any comments from the public at this time. I'm not sure if anybody in the room is looking to speak to this. But again, any passage of a zoning bylaw amendment will necessitate the mandatory 20-day appeal period as per the Planning Act. So if this is passed May the 10th, end of May or early June is when this would become effective, these changes. So if there's any further questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Council, anything else? These are all things that we've been trying to tidy up for a long time. People have come forward with problems and questions on this, so it's nice to see it happen. I don't think there's anyone here in the crowd that was wanting to speak to any of this. No? So with that, I would look please for, and Michael, thank you for all the work, and Jessica as well on doing all this tidying up. Resolution to adjourn the public meeting, please. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Richardson, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. No presentations this evening. Deputations, we have AORS from District 8. Gentlemen, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Are you guys okay if we stand, or would you prefer?
The only thing is you need to be close enough to the mic if you can, because it needs to go out with
Okay.
to the live stream, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Thank you for having us in attendance this evening, and welcome back in-person meetings. Tonight, we're here to talk about the 2022 Provincial Safety Truck Rodeo. I'm Joe Reed, for some of you might know me, and I work for the City of Belleville. We have Chris.
I'm Chris Wager with the County of Lennox and Allington.
Hi, Your Worship and Council, Jeff Cotho with the Town of Napanee.
That's one that we know.
And we have Daryl Townsend with the City of Kingston.
Thank you.
The next slide, please. Oh, there is a clicker here. Perfect.
You might just have to slip the power button on the side.
Oh.
I got it, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you. So we have some exciting news for you guys. We'd like to share that in September, we're going to be hosting the Municipal Truck Drivers Rodeo right here in Napanee. It'll be at the Strathcona Centre on September 28th of 2022. So we'd like to just first and foremost let you know a little bit about AORS. AORS it's governed by 32 board of directors, which is 32 local associations that cover about 2,000 members across the province. Our members are road professionals who manage and maintain the roads in our province and for our municipalities. We're dedicated to high-quality training, networking, certification, the CRS program, and also the truck rodeo on an annual basis. Next slide. Chris is just going to talk a little bit about District 8, which is part of the chapter.
Perfect, thanks, Joe. Can you guys still hear me? Close enough?
Yep.
Perfect. So with District 8, it's the local chapter of AORS. AORS, as Joe just said, is the Association of Material Road Supervisors. This is very similar to the county's TAC committee. We meet, so District 8 meets 5-6 times a year. As Joe said, it's comprised of members, professional members of the municipalities, such as directors, managers, and supervisors. And in that meeting, we discussed the challenges that all municipalities share, with the only difference that we invite suppliers, and the suppliers can do presentations as well as update us on new products and materials and upcoming changes to the regulations that they sell. And District 8 is one of the larger chapters of AORS. It spans from Quinte West all the way to Elizabethtown Kittley, and as far north as North Frontenac and the upper portion of Leeds and Grenville. And the District 8 is the name is historically from the MTO. This was the district for MTO back in the PSAB days. And just take this opportunity to thank the town of Napanee, who's actually been a huge supporter of District 8, often having members on the executive, such as Jeff Cuthell and Mike Dwyer, who currently sit on the executive now.
Thank you, Chris. So the truck rodeo is professional safe driving skills. It gives an opportunity for participants to come from across the province and compete against one another in person. There's 45 municipal drivers from different local associations. Every association gets to send 2 participants who they'll do their rodeo in time beforehand. For us, District 8 will be hosting our local association rodeo on the Tuesday before the provincial rodeo. So it'll be set up on the 27th, and then the provincial will be on the 28th. This gives an opportunity for us to have our local drivers participate, and it also is kind of a dry run to get the course ready for the day on the Wednesday. As a part of the rodeo, we will be giving out the John Gore Memorial Trophy to the best equipment operator from across the province. The participants are given prizes, door prizes, and so forth. So as a part of the competition, we task them with identifying truck safety hazards and defects, which, as we all know, we must, as operations, look after our CVOR. We have to have, and again, us being a little higher standard from the MTO, making sure our trucks are well-equipped and in good state of repair. They must do a pre-trip inspection as per the MTO guidelines. And then finally, they do a field obstacle course. So they got to have their truck, their plow, and their wing, and they go through pylons and back up, and they're scored accordingly. Here's just an example of some of our past winners over the years, given out by the trophy being given out by the president of AORS. Here are some just of our past things. The next slide is just a quote from our executive director who is unable to attend today, John Mayhew. The professional drivers, like these competitors, operate equipment more safely, productively, and reduce downtime and increase the service life of valuable municipal assets. And as we all know, our municipal budgets are becoming tighter and tighter, so we need to make sure our assets and our equipment are being as efficient as possible. One of the other things we're going to be running with this is, with the rodeo, is a mini trade show. This gives an opportunity for vendors in our industry, as well as some local suppliers if they're interested in having a booth. We do plan on having, obviously, District 8 members coming and seeing the trade show and being a part of it, or being a part of the rodeo, and having the trade show there complements it very well. Just some of the benefits of having the rodeo here. We do anticipate about 100 participants, between the people that are actually in the rodeo and also their supervisors and their managers coming along. This gives us an opportunity to, obviously boost the tourism here locally, promote our local establishments. I think Chris and the team have been working on getting the gift baskets ready, and some of, I think some maple syrup, and, when we were talking about maybe McKinnon Brewery, little samples for some of the participants to enjoy the what's here in our community. It gives us local staff will have an opportunity to network with other peers from not only locally with District 8, but across the province. And, it's improved training and gives an opportunity for the drivers to really understand how vital their role is in keeping our community safe. Some further opportunities. We're going to be, obviously inviting local businesses to be here, and we would like to formally ask, and I'm going to give this to Jeff to formally ask.
Yeah. No, just during the wrap up of everything, we'd like to ask all of council to mark off these 2 days, the 27th, come by and see our local drivers and your own public works staff partake in our local event, but also on the 28th with the provincial event. Also extend the invite to you, Madam Mayor, if you would like to join us with opening remarks and closing remarks on the day of the provincial rodeo.
Thank you.
As well, we will be sending invites to obviously local colleges, but as well as the high school here in Napanee. I think it's a great opportunity to promote municipal government to the students. And basically promote the fact that, this is a good career path to be in and to help your local community. Just further, if anybody does have any media contacts that are listening online or in the audience for future info, they can contact John Mayhew or any of us in the team here. And lastly, we'd just like to finally thank you for the opportunity to let you know about this. And does anybody have any questions?
Looks like everybody does. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell, and then I'll go to you, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Joe, thank you very much, guys, for your presentation. I'll most definitely be there, for sure. This is something that interests me. Just the question might sound a little weird, but are these drivers using the town of Napanee's trucks, or are they bringing their own trucks down? Are the operators going to be working, if they're using ours, they've never driven our trucks, or it's kind of like they'd be in an unfamiliar truck type of thing?
Yeah. So as a part of our plan, and from an operational point of view, we do plan on having 2 trucks that will be assigned to defects that are identical, and 2 trucks that are assigned to operating the course. And Greater Napanee has offered to use 2 of their new trucks, and I know the Township of Stone Mills have offered to use 2 of their new trucks. And both trucks are identical, so that way when drivers from different, they get in, it's not like they're fish out of water, they understand it, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Pennell asked the same question I was going to ask, so, and I just want to congratulate you. I think this is really good stuff, so we're glad to have it in Greater Napanee.
Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, we had this all set up and then COVID hit us, am I right? And we were getting close. I've had the privilege of attending a regional one back at Stone Mills 2 or 3 years ago. And I was just absolutely amazed at the setup and the skills that were shown through that. There were a few laughs too when they set up some of the highfalutin bosses and so on that did hit the few things. I remember Ronnie Van Conant took out 2 or 3 barrels, and we did get a big kick out of that. But I would encourage certainly all of council and staff that can be there. It's wonderful to watch our people and how they can perform it. But I'm really glad that you're going to the high schools. Of course, you probably remember that Jeff Thompson pulled up and needed a wingman, and that wingman was my grandson.
Oh, is that right?
Who has been bugging ever since. He'll take the day off. He'll be there for 2 days, I can absolutely guarantee you. So it's good to encourage them. And to have the trade show is great. So I want to thank you for bringing it. I'm sure that I think I had already said to Jeff that I'd be happy to volunteer for whatever you needed. So I'll be there, and thank you very much for bringing it forward to us, and good luck. Anything we can do, but don't hurt our trucks, please. The other thing, you should actually have a competition. I think that we should be putting something out between councils, especially the lower tiers, to put drivers from council, not me. But just have a little bit of a fun competition. No, right there.
I want to see you back up a truck, Your Worship.
Backing it up's okay, it's going forward that I have trouble with. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for bringing this to us.
Thank you for your time.
So I would take then, please, a motion to note and receive the presentation. Councillor McCormack, Councillor Pennell, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. The next deputation we have is Sean Lucas regarding the staff report from the downtown merchants regarding the BIA. Welcome, Sean. You know the routine. 10 minutes, and then allow us to answer questions if there are any, please. And just make sure that you're close enough to the mic. I'll make sure when you start to speak that the audio is going through. Yep, so far we're good. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you, Council. I'm here tonight for 3 reasons. I want to comment on the March 22nd report to Council regarding the BIA. You should have in your minutes my deputation notes, and I want to speak to the report that you'll be looking at tonight, which is April 26th. First of all, I have to admit I'm sadly I agree with the decision to disband the Napanee Business Improvement Association. BIA property owners and businesses have had a rough time for the last few years, but the BIA problems go beyond that. While I appreciate the decision not to impose the 2022 levy this year, I don't agree with using the surplus for expenses identified in your proposed budget for 2022. The town of the Greater Napanee has imposed a full levy to the BIA property owners in 20 and 21 to the tune of about $190,000. Almost half of that, as we'll see in your report tonight, $77,000, is still in surplus, and a large percentage of the money spent was not spent wisely and other than some beautification projects. The majority of BIA members, especially property taxpayers, did not receive a direct or even an indirect benefit from what they were taxed. Quick review, in case you're not sure. BIA property owners are the ones who pay the BIA tax. BIA merchants who are not property owners do not pay the BIA tax directly. For the first time in 53 years, your BIA Board of Directors has rejected their own budget. The members who cared or knew enough to show up supported the rejected proposal as well back in March. In addition, the BIA members who showed up in December 2020 to provide, by the Constitution, input and feedback on the 2021 budget rejected that pretty well rejected the same formula that you see before you for 2022. Overtaxation, underservicing with BIA property owners has been a bone of contention the past few years, and thank you, Councillor Norrie, for acknowledging that several times. In fact, the last BA meeting, both Mr. Pinsent and Councillor Norrie acknowledged that it could be possible to rebate property owners who paid into the levy in 20 and 21. This would go a long way to mend a lot of fences with BA property taxpayers. With the exceptions of flowers on the streets, I see no need to spend money this year on events. There's been a proposal by the merchants downtown to do their own events. Baskets on bridges, you'll see in your line items. The bridges that you're looking to use BIA money for are not in the BIA area. Contracted services, I'm not sure what agreements you've made, committed to, or proposing, but I have no idea what that is. Advertising, marketing, not necessary. Wages and benefits, I'm not sure what that is yet. And banners could be in play, and I don't think it should be a BIA expense only. The council commented back in February that the Big Bright Light Show has, quote, run their course. I would suggest that of the BIA mandate has run its course as well. I surveyed a large percentage of the BIA membership last year. The only thing that had traction going forward was flowers and beautification. This is not 1979. The business core of Greater Napanee today is much more than it was. The business core of Greater Napanee is much more than the current 16-block district. Businesses are marketing themselves. Like many merchants downtown, our BIA tax dollars have done little for me personally. 2 new tenants of mine have done tremendously well on their own. 6 of my new tenants get minimal benefit from the BIA because they're service-related industries. My own businesses have survived without the BIA the past 2 years and now in 2022. There is an interest amongst merchants to do their own thing. This is why you're having a merchants association step forward by the merchants who will benefit mostly by events. Their majority of property owners have been ignored and get no direct benefits from BIA taxation. Services, professional businesses along Dundas Street don't need the current BIA mandated services as well. Secondary street merchants get secondary benefits, if anything. Yes, a 1979 mandate is way out of date. The future, in my opinion, and many of my fellow peers I talk to, continue the core beautification. There's more than enough volunteers and property owners and businesses willing to chip in on flowers and beautification. Number 2, council needs to support an independent retail merchants association for events. See the March 22nd report that you commented on. Half the ones on Dundas Street, by the way, don't know, don't care, and don't want the BIA in their business lives. Continue marketing through other avenues. Vested businesses can do better than the BIA has done. For example, PECUNIARY Tourist Council, etc. Have some really serious issues on the table that could impact everyone. These are the issues I think and my peers think are important. Homelessness. We are ground zero for homelessness. We have to deal with it as a business district. Parking management and promotion. We need to do a better job moving people around so all the spots are filled all the time. Property standards and bylaws. Everything from dog poop to eaves troughs breaking down to building facades, the whole 9 yards. And last but not least, commercial property owners mentorship program. We almost lost a building this year from a negligent property owner that could have been a black eye for us for 5 years. Fortunately, some people bought the building, fixed it up. We need to do a better job with property owners in the downtown core who are new, negligent, or want input to make their properties better. In summary, my comments are to return the levies to the BIA property owners from 2021. If you decide to spend money this year, show the BIA taxpayers some consideration of presenting it back to the membership for consideration. Your constitution for the BIA allows members to have input and feedback on the proposed budget. In my opinion, this is still their money. Produce and confirm your 250 membership list, which is supposedly has a 98% contact rate, and suggest consulting with those members for the rest of the year as to what they want going forward. Spend the rest of this year consulting with every property owner and merchant and ask what they want, if anything. Consult with the rest of the Napanee business community, but one association said it just downtown. There's no better time than now. This is not 1979. You now have a window to bring all the businesses under one roof, right from Santorini's and Bell's on Palace Road, right through the 401. This has been a big bone of contention with the business community for years. Maybe we're better off having a big group. The 16-block downtown area, it's no more. This is not 1979. We are much bigger than then. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Lucas on his deputation? Seeing none, thank you very much, Sean. I would take a motion to note and receive the deputation, please.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. On to 7.1, adoption of the minutes for the regular session of council for April the 5th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 7.2, the special session of council for April the 14th. To be approved as adopted, please. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Correspondence for information. Correspondence for information dated April 26, 2022. You have a recommendation that they be received as presented, unless anyone would like to pull anything out. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Pennell. Any, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, did you wish to pull something?
Not specifically. I wanted to ask a question about it, though.
Okay.
Item 16 is the CRCA financial statements. Do we receive them officially anyways, or is this the only way they're received? I mean, we're levy payers, so I didn't know if this was something that entered into our records in some way, shape, or form, or if this is the only way we receive them.
I know that we get their budget. I guess I would have to go to Paul on that for the CRCA financial statements. You're good to stay there, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this is really a report that the CRCA brings back just to show how the dollars were spent. So with the budget, they're projecting out exactly what it is that they intend to spend and the projects that they do, and then they come back to this report to say, you know, here's where your dollars went to, and through the communication, we're able to share with the residents exactly where those dollars go towards. It could be something that could be posted on the website if council wished. Otherwise, it's really something that we take a look at, and we can use that when the budget request for 2023 comes forward, just to ensure that that council agrees with exactly the direction of that unit.
That certainly satisfies me to know that the finance department has received them per Mr. Dauber's comments, so thank you. I'll not pull it.
Okay, so on that, I have a mover and a seconder. I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you, Paul. Correspondence for action, noise exemption request. Council received for information the correspondence from William Wilkinson requesting an exemption to the town's noise bylaw between 8:30 and 11 on July 22nd for amplified music. There is a report in there. Does anyone have any questions on this request? We get the same sort of thing from people that are having events up there. If not, if there's no questions, then further that council authorize the exemption as requested. Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. No further comments or questions? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
I was just going to comment, Your Worship. It's kind of nice to see people get together and have some fun outside. So
that's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's very refreshing.
Yeah.
So.
And I must say, because this is close to my house, he went to a lot of the neighbors just to make sure that he had talked to them firsthand about it, because this is his first time to do it. So I was quite pleased with the effort that he put into it. So that's good. Do I have a mover and a seconder yet? Yeah, I do. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Proclamation request, World Lupus Day, May the 10th. You do have a recommendation before you. that we proclaim, as well as lighting up Blue the Falls at Springside Park. Council's wishes? Yeah. Did you wish to speak to the, no, you just, your pen. I wasn't sure whether it was a hand up or not, Mr. Zetterberg. Moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Proclamation request, Falloon Day, I don't know whether I'm saying this properly, day for May the 13th. You have a recommendation to receive for information, and further that council proclaim the day and authorize a flag raising to recognize the day. Council's wishes, moved by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Pennell. Comments or questions? I know that we have been able to set up someone for the flag raising. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering if maybe in the future, I see on the proclamation request we have a name of the Falun Dafa Association, but we don't really have any other information. Details to it. Now, I see on the next page, there's also a name with a 416 number and an email address, so that does help. But I'm just thinking that when we get these, I mean, this, I have to admit, I had to do a little research on this. It was all fairly new to me, so I'm just wondering when we get these proclamations, if we could have maybe a little more details to it, just as far as at least names and addresses, or even if we know that this is a local or fairly local type organization, or is it a Canadian organization, or is it out of Cambodia or something like that, right? So
No, good point. And Madam Clerk, we do have something online that people can ask for proclamations, and is it set out to ask that sort of information?
Through your worship, it does ask that information. We tend to redact that for the version that goes on the agenda, just because personal contact information we usually don't want put out there. I can say that this specific request came from the branch of the association out of Kingston. And they will be driving down from Kingston for the flag raising.
okay, yeah, and I guess that's all I'm looking for. Is it out of Kingston? Is it out of Toronto? Is it out of Alberta? Is it out of San Antonio kind of thing? So no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. I'm losing track here. I have a mover and a seconder. All in favor of the motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Proclamation request 8.2.4, Victorian Order of Nurses for VON week, May 22nd to the 28th, that we received for information, and further that council proclaim the week of 22nd to the 28th to be VON Awareness Week in the town of Greater Napanee, and further that council authorize lighting up of blue at the falls for Springside Park and raising a flag to recognize VON week. Council's wishes. Moved to support by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Norrie. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Proclamation request, longest day of smiles, June 19th, 2022. Recommendation that council receive for information the correspondence from Operation Smiles Canada regarding the longest day of smiles, and further that council proclaim June 19th as the longest day of smiles in the town of Greater Napanee. Proclamation request supported by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any comments or questions on this one? Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
No, I was no.
All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Nice to see things coming back to life with requests for proclamations and so on. Any unfinished business? No. Committee reports. Soon we'll have our committees back up and going. Activity reports. First you have Community and Corporate Services. Any questions on the report for Community and Corporate Services, please? Councillor Pennell?
Through your worship, thanks. It's not a question, it's just a statement that it's nice to see that in the report that the Cherrywood Park will start to receive their equipment the week of the May 9th. And I just wanted to point that out in case there's people from the subdivision that are watching tonight and haven't had a chance to read it, because this is exciting news that we've had. It's been a long time coming for this, and I'm sure that it's going to be well received.
Yep, has been. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just another sort of positive note. I'd like to recognize staff who step up and do maybe a little bit more than the minimum. And a few weeks ago with the new Cemeteries admin assistant, listed as Chelsea Bowen. Chelsea and Cole Genevason took a drive around and actually visited none of the cemeteries, just so they had a visual, knew where they were, knew what they were talking about, so if somebody called in. I thought it was kind of nice that they actually got out there and met with some locals and visited the sites.
Good, thank you.
May I, Your Worship, I think the Director of HR and I sort of looked at each other with the Deputy Mayor's comment with regards to employees doing more than the minimum, and I would implore him to say that all of our employees do more than the minimum.
I like to
And I
recognize it
don't
when
mean
it's
that,
known.
I don't mean that as a shot, but just to say that they do quite a bit.
Fair enough.
Moving on to emergency services. Any questions for the chief here? Yep, go ahead, Deputy. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Just through your mayor, thank you very much. Just another statement. The tanker for station number 2 looks fantastic, and that's a nice addition to the fleet. And I know that Ward 3 is really appreciating that, so thank you very much. And it was nice to see that tanker 821 is no longer ours either, so it's been sold. But thank you.
Good. Anything further? On to financial services. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. I don't know if this should wait to statement by members or we can maybe cover it now, but I had an email from a resident who was conflicted with the text messages that came in about the change in the level of fire, for the burn. And then there was an email that came through, and I think it's a level 3, and it seems like it's complicated and hard to understand. I don't know if, Chief, if you can kind of expand on that, please.
Yes, as of today, we went to a partial burn ban, which allows people to have campfires again. Conditions are good enough now with the rainfall we had in grass. So today, when staff went to basically on our website or our app that we have that program on, they accidentally clicked the wrong number and then went and corrected it. We've had a few phone calls at the fire station today and straightened it out.
All right, thanks. Yep, thanks very much.
Perfect. Shows they're paying attention. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
On that, I got a notice that we're in a level 3 fire risk, but it didn't quantify the fire burn status as far as this partial or full ban. And I think maybe that's part of the confusion, that we're getting a piece of the information, but not the full, what the implications are for the burn ban. And that may be something that just needs to be cleaned up when it comes through what the level risk is. Because I think the level risk is good to know, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4. But how does that relate to the burn permit and whether there's a ban or partial ban on?
Yes, also along with that today, we discussion with staff members talking about that. Generally, the staff member today decided to put out that number, and we really hadn't decided to put it up. We just really, all we want to do today was just notify the public that they could have a campfire again. And so we're going to do some work on that to make sure that it coincides with the numbers of burn ban and conditions outside.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? So we're on to growth and expansion services. Any questions?
Good
Sorry.
financial.
Oh, I put a tick mark beside it, I'm sorry. Financial, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any questions for Paul and his crew on financial? Sorry, I didn't mean to skip over you. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
You got me on a good night, just full of good news. We had a very successful tax sale there, East Street. Congratulations to Paul and everyone that worked on that with your staff. It's very nice to have them finally gone, and appreciate that. So thank you very much for all the hard work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now growth and expansion. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last week we had a open house for the public for the strategic plan. There was one individual who was a little confused, and he and I spoke with Mr. Nobes about the official plan public, but I was wondering if I could ask Mr. Nobes to just highlight what the expected rollout is for the public information session for the official plan amendment, just in case people are capturing it here only. Certainly they're complementary pieces, but they're not overlapping necessarily, and I think it's important for people to know the difference.
Yep, go ahead, Michael, thank you.
Through your worship, staff are targeting a late June, early July public open house for the official plan update. I'm anticipating receiving before the end of May a background report from our planning consultants, which will highlight population projections and trends for residential and employment populations to be anticipated over the course of the next 20 years or so, which will help inform decisions on where we open up lands for residential, commercial, industrial development in the municipality. So once that comes about, it'll be presented to council, and following that, it'll be on the council agenda, obviously, and available for public consumption. And between that date and nearing the end of June, we'll be able to have some draft materials ready for council to look at in the public, and move towards a public information session, public open house. An informal type of event, but giving the opportunity for the public to look at what we've got in draft and make comments, give feedback to staff and council.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to get a swivel here. Infrastructure services, any questions? Peter's not with us, but I'm sure I could find someone that could answer some of the questions. Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Your Worship. More of a comment than anything. I'm glad to see that I think our Boyce situation got rectified along the river, just on the river road there. There was a couple of them that had a mind of their own, and they're out there wandering around, and I didn't realize how far they were away from where they should have been until they got put back to where they should be. So I just want to thank Infrastructure Services for doing that and getting that looked after, and I'm sure that the walleye fishermen are going to be very thankful of them as well. So
good, thank you.
Thank you.
So we move on to legislative services. Any questions for Jessica on all that's within it? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Worship. So some time ago, I think I put in a request that we receive copies of the letters that are sent on behalf of motions that were made. And so there's an example here. It states that a letter was sent to the Ministry of the Environment with Council's unwilling host resolution. But would it be possible for Council to actually see a copy of these letters as they're just...
Yeah.
It was something we discussed a while ago.
No, you're right, and I see that Mr. Pinson has just made a note of that, so it'll go to the senior leadership team to be something that will come forward, and that is a good suggestion. Thank you. Anything else from council? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
No, I figured I'd say it. I think the boat launch is starting to work. And actually, I say that not lightly. I went by the other night, there were 7 trucks and trailers parked in the boat trailer area. It's now functioning as a shared use space. I think it's finally working. I think there's, I don't know if contentment's the right word, but it seems to be balanced. Anyways, I think it's going, and I credit Aggie Hill and the rest of the team for not, like, everybody involved in the visioning and the setup, the barriers, the signage, and ultimately enforcement that made it finally function in time. Thank you.
Yeah, no, dock's repaired and the other dock will be going out too, so no, it is something that is working, at least for now. That's right. Thank you for that. No further comments or questions? I would take a motion, please, to note and receive all the activity reports. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormack. If there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. On to staff report. CAO performance report. First quarter update, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Council, this is something I committed to doing once we establish priorities for 2022 that I would report back to Council on a quarterly basis. Just to note that I would normally come with the Treasurer as well with his Q1 review in finance, but Paul's had a setback on a couple of issues, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that at next Council meeting because there have been a couple of unanticipated expenditures, so we want to make sure that those things are covered off. There's a detailed list of things that we've been doing as promised in terms of staff priorities. And to note, these priorities, when we get a strategic plan, will then link to the strategic plan, but to this point, it's been staff pretty much establishing these. Of note, strategic plan, we had, I think, a good session last week in the evening with the consultants. The consultants stayed for the next day and met with staff, junior staff. There were no senior leadership team members in those two meetings. So they had a good discussion with them as well. I'd like to highlight the modernization of services is one that staff is putting an awful lot of work into, considering council's desire to streamline and modernize, especially our electronic services, and we will likely be coming back to council in the very near future looking for some help with that. The crux of the issues, we're not technologically placed to be able to offer a lot of these citizen services, so we do have some potential solutions for that. I do want to highlight the fire master plan that we canceled it. We got the first report, and I think it was a unanimous decision of the senior leadership team that it was not the desired document that we were looking for. So as opposed to trying to get this out of the consultant, we just decided to cancel it. I am convinced that we could do this as a staff exercise within the senior leadership team, and I think it's probably better positioned after a strategic plan and official plan are done, such that we can then start positioning the fire department of the future and not simply having somebody come in and do an operational review. You do have a report in your agenda tonight with that. The community safety and well-being plan, I think finally we're off to the races on that one with an RFP award hopefully tonight. And the last thing I wanted to highlight, the vehicle rationalization. We are actually looking at, we've had some consultations, or we're going to have some consultations with private sector companies around how we could potentially better manage our light commercial fleet. So those are some of the highlights that I'd have, and you have some other reports in your agenda tonight with regards to transportation reviews and things like that, but I'm happy to take any questions that you have with regards to the quarterly review, and if I can't answer them, senior staff could.
Councillor McCormack, I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Worship. It's just a comment. We've seen similar comments recently, but I want to highlight under HR renewal, where it says that overall there seems to be a change in tone around staff as a whole and a renewed sense of confidence, and I think that's really good news. I think it's what we all hope for, so I just wanted to point that out. I think we're on the right track.
Thank you. Anything further? If not, you do have a recommendation, of course, that we receive, and further that council receive this report as a communication piece for the staff and the public to reference as the year progresses to track organizational objectives. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 12.2 CAO, recommendation for award of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Go ahead, John, please.
Pretty straightforward, Mayor and Council, in terms of this. We had two proponents come forward. Although it is in the text here to highlight that Avail Consulting, the one that scored higher, was about $20,000 cheaper than Strategy Corps. And to highlight the fact that we will be working with specifically Loyalist Township. We're still waiting to hear from Stone Mills and Annington Highlands, but we would expect this to be a county effort in terms of getting that well-being plan done. And I would also like to highlight this. This will probably be lower in the priorities of some of the other plans and probably not completed during this term of council, but we will certainly get started and make sure that we've got some traction on it this year.
I'll go with Councillor Richardson, and then I'll go with Councillor McCormack, please.
Have we had any conversations with the provincial government just to let them know the hiccups that we've had and that we are working on it, or is there any need to do that at this point?
Through your worship to Councillor Richardson, I think we staff have sort of realized that there's some monies that were there we have to pay back. In terms of telling them what we're doing, I just want to make sure that we had something in the hopper going. I think now we could put our hand over a collective heart and say we're doing the right thing. And the good news about this is that we've actually had 2 or 3 of the social service agencies actually reach out to us saying they wanted to be involved in this. So I think there is some community involvement here in terms of what we're trying to do.
Great, thank you.
Councillor McCormack?
I was just going to make the recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving staff recommendation?
Yes, please.
That we approve the award. Seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. CAO strategic plan update number 3, please.
For your worship and council, it's straightforward. I committed to coming to council basically on a monthly basis with an update. We're on track. I think most of you attended the strategic planning session with the community. That's all I've got to say. It's there in terms of making sure that we do stay on track.
Comments or questions for John on this? If not, I would take a motion to receive and receive it as a communication piece for staff and the public to reference as the strategic plan progresses. Moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 12.4. Mr. Zatterberg.
Thank you, Worship. I won't add too much to the report. It's fairly detailed. I just want to shout out to staff for the hard work on this. And I want to assure staff that all the comments from all the business community are being taken seriously. We are reaching out to the business community. As indicated in previous meetings, we're concentrating on the beautification efforts. There was commitments made out of the budget on purchases for new equipment, and the flowers were ordered. And also too that as part of that, there's normally 2 horticultural students downtown, one with the BIA and one with the town. We're actually going to have 3. As we've noticed in the last few years, the number of volunteer hours from business owners has reduced. So we don't want to take the chance. We added 1 summer employee.
Okay.
And as far as budget, we're going to lean in heavily on the professionals at Bay Quinte Marketing Board to help us out with some promotional items yet to be identified. But we had a conversation with them just this morning and they're committed to helping us.
Any questions of Brent? Certainly, go ahead, Councillor Nori.
Yeah, just quickly, just something I was curious about under your list of the budget. What are contracted services? I know Mr. Lucas brought it up, but I had this question written down anyways. I'm just curious. That 15,000, yeah.
Yeah, so part of it was that there had been previous money spent this year already on contracted services that had to do with social media and some other, I think there was money paid out for grant writing. So that's part of it. And the other contracted services, I said, while we have already have a partnership with the Bay Quinte Marketing Board, we're asking them for very specific Napanee-centric marketing plans. So that would be some of those contracted services. Yet the details yet to be ironed out, but that's where most of that money would be spent.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So if the merchants, and it seems to be that there's a merchants association that's looking to form, if they come forward with events that they wish to run, what kind of support are we either able to, or what would the cost be if they want to do things?
Your Worship, as with we've changed our delivery model where we're expecting some of these groups that come forward to put some man hours in.
Yeah.
So if anybody in the downtown wants to have an event, not just merchants, but somebody wants to have an event, we would support it logistically, as we normally would with road closures and whatever we had to do, the equipment in the right spot, garbage removal. If there's anything that we can do to help with our own social media. But at this point in time, what we're suggesting is it's not staff intensive. And if a committee wants to come forward and present something, then we're willing to facilitate, but we will not be the main event planners.
Okay, go ahead.
If I may, for your worship and council, this is, I think, where we're starting to look at what our posture is moving forward, considering, we've got a thought, how do committees and volunteer groups operate in the future, and where does it make sense for the town to actually step in and assist? At what level of effort and at what cost? So I think as we go through the strategic planning process and the business planning process for next year, we're going to start fleshing out some of these questions in terms of where do we get involved and at what cost.
Thank you. So we're supporting them with beautification, which is, I mean, it has to go. It just, you can't, this is the year to really make sure that you do it. And supporting them with the guitars and cars with a budget of $5,500. Right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Council's wish is here. Go ahead, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Worship. I'm fine with it, but I think somehow it's kind of interim measures, and we have to, look after this year. But it always sits poorly with me, the lack of assistance from volunteering when there are certain projects that some people want, but they're not. So I'd like to see all of us kind of work on that down the road. But this year I can see we need to look after what was already planned, and so I support it.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Norrie.
I was just going to move staff recommendation.
Okay. Staff recommendation moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, and thank you, Brant, for all the work in this. They've all been through, as well as we, for a tough couple of years, so hopefully we can regroup. Community and Corporate Services, improving sorry, I lost my spot here. Improving Public Transportation Report. Is Annie with us, or is she? Okay. Does anyone, there she is. She just zoomed in. Anyone have any questions for Annie on her report, please? Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
I'll ask a question I think I know the answer to, but it suggests that we know this is just a pilot project, and there's been $433,000 in a grant that's been obtained to run this pilot project. Will the $433,500, it's got to be spent by March of 31st, 2025. Will it get us through to March 31st, 2025, I guess is the question. It doesn't sound like a lot of money, but maybe it is.
Go ahead, Annie, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Richardson. Right now, we're still determining the final schedules for the route. Upon that, it's looking like it'll get us about a year and a half to 2 years. So it would be right around the 2025 mark. We are looking for additional funding to potentially keep it going after that.
Okay, thank you. And I guess it will come back to council if and when the funding is gone to decide whether we're going to continue with the pilot project?
Yes, through your worship, we will come back with reports and updates as the service goes on. We'll be having various service measurement metrics and everything followed throughout the route to see whether the project is successful or not. Should it be successful, then we'd obviously come back to council and look for further support or other funding opportunities to continue to pass the pilot project.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And it is, of course, a partnership project with Loyalists as well. So I think they've already seen some ways that they can even increase by watching where people are going. We've got to get people back to working away from their homes so we can see where people are off to. If there are no other questions, we have a recommendation that council receive for information the community and corporate services improving public transportation progress report. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Norrie. If there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Emergency Services, Fire Master Plan update. Chief Koenig.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the CEO spoke earlier, basically we received a draft fire master plan, and basically it's an operational review where the department stands today and some recommendations on changes for today. What we were looking for, that was part of the plan we were looking for, but overall we were looking for a 10-year plan. Where is the department going to be in 10 years to meet the community's needs, growth? We did not receive that through that plan. So basically in here, I recommended two options, was whether one was to send it back to the consultant to finish it up the way we required, or two, just to use the data they provided us and our community risk assessment and other information we have using the senior management team and the strategic plan on deciding, finishing the plan internally. And that's the recommendation we made forward, is to finish the plan internally.
I'll go to Councillor Pennell first and then Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Chief, I'm just wondering, like, when we went out for a quote on this, there was two firms that came back. And then when you guys do your evaluation, it's weighted and there's points given to it and stuff like this. How did this, in the future I'm gonna ask how we can see how these things are weighted and how you actually put points onto something so I can understand it a little bit better. But how would have this failed if we weighted it correctly? And I'm wondering, did we go back to the other company to see if they could have provided us something instead of doing it internally?
I believe the issue is that in this process, we only received two applications came back, and our two companies came forward. We reviewed the two companies that submitted applications or submissions, and the Lumex group was considered the best one for what they supplied. The other consultant firm that had submitted their submission, this was the very first one they would have done. They hadn't done one before, and they were talking, it was a firm from outside the province, and they were talking about hiring a retired fire chief to do the plan. Going on past history of what they've done, the Lumex group was way ahead of them. And looking back on it now, case now was with just two submissions, that maybe his recommendation should have been we've gone back out again and try again to get more submissions instead of just two to pick from.
Okay. Can I just follow up on that?
Certainly.
What position has this put the town of Greater Napanee? Because I know that we were behind the 8 ball to begin with when we went out for these quotes. And now, where we are now, how has this affected us? Are we still going to be okay with the governing bodies?
Yes, there's nothing legislative saying that we have to have a fire master plan. Basically, it's just basically most municipalities have done them to give direction to the fire department over time. Where the costs are going to be, as we know, fire departments are expensive. Trucks, fire stations, personnel. So the idea was fire master plan is give idea financially down the road what might be 5 years or 10 years down the road to start planning for that and fitting it into our strategic plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, my question is going to be dollars and cents. We've committed $8,770 to this. If we walk away from it, I mean, the contract was over $26,000 with a provision that there could be another $15,000 involved in it. If we walk away from this now, have we just lost the $8,700, or are we on the hooks for the rest of the amount of money that's required for the contract?
At this time, we haven't received any other invoices from them. For the $8,700 we have paid them for was for the engagement sessions and the data they collected. So we can't use that information we've got from that section in the fire master plan when we continue on with it. We still, well, there'll probably be discussion with them on what they believe that we would still owe them and what we're willing to pay and not pay.
And that will come back to us, I'm assuming, that
Certainly.
To Councillor Richardson, I'll be blunt, I canceled it and I had a phone call with the company. It wasn't up to my expectations and senior staff's expectations. About a month ago, I would suspect, if not more. I would have expected they would have pushed back should they have wanted more money. So at this point in time, I don't think there's any sense trying to get any more out of it. I think we've got some value out of it, but there's really not much sense trying to get any more out of it. And it would have been I would not have made the same decision to go on with the fire master plan at this point in time, and I don't think there's any risk to the municipality. And quite frankly, I think the fire department is a different fire department than it was a year ago. So I think we're in good position.
Okay, I guess one of my concerns is I don't want to spend money that we don't have to spend. I mean, I can appreciate that we've spent the $8,700 and we've got probably the $8,700 worth of product from it. I'm just concerned we're going to get a bill for the extra, whatever it is, 18,000 or whatever it is. And if we're going to pay for it, then they should be providing something more than what we've got. So. Those are my concerns. It's the money question is what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about the fact that if the product that we got isn't up to our standards and doesn't fill the bill as to what we asked for, this is the right time to walk away, but I'm concerned about the dollars and cents of it, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Worship. I'm glad to see that we're showing leadership in making decisions earlier than later. And this kind of reminds me of the community safety well-being plan. So my comment is, in these agreements, I'm not sure what we've had in the past or what we could include, maybe a better exit plan. We expect this by then, and if we don't have it, well, so on and so forth. Because one day, if we don't have better structured agreements, we might be on the hook for more than we really want to. Right now, this is, but I'm glad to see that we're not just going on because we said we're going to do it and not change midway. So, but I'd like to see maybe a little bit more in the contract side to require them to meet a certain timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? If not, you do have a recommendation before you to receive for information and further that council endorse the recommendation option 2 that the fire department staff complete the fire master plan internally. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor McCormack. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Growth and expansion. Thanks, Chief. Planning report, Max Miller, PLZACO 2022-013, Camden Road rezoning. Michael, you want to speak to this before we go take a look at the recommendation, please?
Thank you, Worship. This public meeting was held last meeting or the previous meeting, I can't remember exactly now. The intent is to rezone a parcel that's currently zoned future development to business park. It would be in alignment with current official plan policies and what we're looking at potentially implementing through updated official plan policies and land use designations. There are some existing legal non-conforming residential lots in the area. They're on industrially zoned lands, but they've been there for quite some time, so they're allowed to continue in existence. So we're proposing to include all business park permitted uses with the exception of motor vehicle repair garage, dealership, sales, wash, and towing office and garage. So those louder, more noxious type uses, so that we can avoid those potential negative impacts to neighboring property owners. We received no comment or concern from any landowners in the area or any members of the public for that matter. So the recommendation is to rezone to a site-specific business park zone, allowing all business park uses with the exception of vehicle repair, dealership, sales, and the towing office. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Council, any questions to Michael on this rezoning? If not, you do have a recommendation before you. Council's wishes, moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Norrie. No further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. You're there also for 12.8, and I believe you have some other people that are with us this evening with the planning report from Richmond Park Homes. So go ahead, please, Michael.
Thank you, Worship. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sean Legere, who's the planning consultant for the applicant, and he's going to walk you through a presentation with the recommendation to approve the rezoning, which is tied to the previously approved draft plan approval for these lands. One of the primary concerns that came about at the draft plan approval stage was accommodating for parking within the subdivision, given the decent number of multi-unit residential properties, meaning townhouses, semi-detached dwellings. And I believe we've come up with some good wording, which would be in alignment with what we had just had a discussion about, with allowing the widening of driveways in the front yard in order to accommodate that side-by-side parking to allow up to at least 3 vehicles in the front, on private property and out of the municipal road allowance. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Legere now.
Thank you.
I think it's a PDF.
Good evening. My name is Sean Legere, Senior Planner with RFA Planning Consultant. I'm a project planner for the proposed rezoning application, file number PLAZCO 2020-077. My firm was retained by the applicant in June 2020 to provide professional planning services for the completion of a plan of subdivision and rezoning approvals for Phase 1 of the Richmond Park Drive subdivision by Richmond Park Homes. I was with you this time last year regarding the project for a previous public meeting for these applications, and we'll make a similar presentation to provide a fresh overview of the project and changes since draft approval in June 2021. Tonight I will briefly review the site context, previous and current planning approvals, a red line plan, draft plan, the work initiated between June and now, and changes made to accommodate additional off-street parking, and an outline of the rezoning application itself. Next slide, please. The Richmond Park Drive subdivision site is located within the town's urban serviced area in the northwest fringe, just north of Bridge Street West, and west of the Napanee Fairgrounds Sports Complex and J.J. O'Neill Catholic School. More specifically, low-density residential uses are located to the south, bordered by a rail trail, and vacant future development fringe land is located to the north, east, and west. The subdivision area subject to the rezoning application is 10.2 hectares. Next slide, please. Plan approval for the Richmond Park Home subdivision has been ongoing for approximately 3 years. In October 2019, Richmond Park Homes hosted a neighborhood information meeting to review development plans with the public. A few months later, in January 2020, they filed an official plan amendment application with the town. Through the review process, the scope of the official plan amendment was scoped to the Phase 1 area only, generally located between the future collector road and the rail trail. Between March and April 2020, the statutory public meeting was held, and the official plan amendment subsequently received council approval for low, medium, high-density residential along with environmental protection. This slide features Schedule A to amending bylaw number 2020-0029, a plan which was approved in April. A plan of subdivision application was then filed shortly thereafter, followed by an application for zoning bylaw amendment in November 2021. The statutory public meeting for the plan of subdivision and rezoning application we held just over a year ago in March 2021. Sorry, the original date was correct, March 2021. The subdivision received draft approval in June 2021. We are here this evening as an item for decision for the zoning bylaw amendment to implement the previous planning approvals. Next slide, please. Further to condition number 7 draft approval condition number 7, we've made a couple of slight adjustments to the draft plan since June, which is known as a red line change. These changes are outlined once again in red on the slide we see here. There is no increase to the number of units proposed. We are only adding a new block for a new housing type, which is back-to-back townhouses. Also, a minor adjustment was made to 2 other apartment blocks the owners wish to make in advance of a potential future road widening north of Street A. The remaining red only indicates the block numbers that have changed as a result of these red lines changes I've just described. There is no change to the overall density and no change to the stormwater management or parkland blocks or road configuration. Next slide, please. Since approval of the plan of subdivision since June last year, we have continued to consult with staff and municipal planning consultant regarding parking, road design, detail design, and the zoning amendment itself. The owners have also had an opportunity to consult with local builders to assist us in making refinements to the rezoning application. The zoning demonstration report was finalized in November 2021 with minor revisions in February 2022. The red line draft plan was filed in November 2021, and lastly, we have been working closely with staff on the preparation of the amending bylaw for consideration this evening. Next slide, please. Very briefly, the development site plan was revised in March 2022, and it helps to form the basis of the zoning plan. The new housing type added, the back-to-back townhouses, are seen here in the lighter blue color. Again, a new block was added for the back-to-back townhouses, and the apartment block frontages on the north side of Street A were adjusted slightly. Next slide, please. Next is the development site plan prepared specifically for what is known as blocks 96 and 97. It was utilized to determine the feasibility of adding a block for back-to-back townhouses with respect to road frontage along Street A. Next slide, please. Of particular concern, we took a closer look at the townhouse blocks to find ways of maximizing off-street parking. In order to achieve 3 off-street parking spaces on the side of the road with no sidewalk, we've increased the front yard setbacks slightly than originally contemplated, reduced the rear yard setbacks slightly than originally contemplated, and made a slight increase to the garage setback. These provisions were also applied to the zoning for semi-detached and single-detached housing types to further maximize off-street parking opportunities for the subdivision as a whole. Specifically, 100% of the townhouse units will meet the minimum parking requirement of 2 spaces per unit, and 52% will exceed the minimum requirements with 3 off-street parking spaces per unit. In order to address the remainder of townhouses along with semi-detached dwellings, if on the sidewalk side of the road, a site-specific provision has also been included to provide an exemption to landscaped open space for additional off-street parking space. The effect of this is to mitigate the need for future potential variances in the event residents wish to add a double driveway. There will also be on-street parking available where 8.5 meter spacing will be available between each townhouse dwelling, which has been confirmed by your peer reviewers, Jewel Engineering and GHD. Finally, I wish to note that the development site plans are conceptual in nature to assist us in guiding our requests for site-specific provisions. The models illustrated are strictly high-level massing models for the purposes of determining a maximum of size of building for each lot, and these do not indicate the proposed model styles, roof types, or aesthetics at this time. Next slide, please. Finally, I wish to provide a brief outline of the rezoning application itself. Site-specific residential type 4, 5, and 6 zones with special provisions, along with open space environmental protection zones, have been requested. Shown in pale yellow, the R5xy, which is now the R4-19, will consist of single detached dwellings and request relief from lot coverage, yard and garage setbacks along with dwelling unit area. Shown in beige, the R5xy, which is now the R5-19, is a flex zone that has been created for the singles, semis, and townhouses within the medium density residential designation. It has been designed to allow for future minor adjustments in the lot fabric and housing types as the project develops over time, and will consist of relief for lot area, lot frontage, yard and garage setbacks, lot coverage, and landscape open space, along with townhouse height and the aforementioned exemption for additional off-street parking. Next slide, please. Shown in pink is the R5xy zone, or now the R5-20, will consist of freehold townhouses and require the same relief as the R5-19. It will not permit single detached or semi-detached dwellings, but will add back-to-back townhouses as a permitted housing type. The same landscape open space exemption for additional off-street parking has been included, but also features driveway and parking area setbacks and confirms off-street parking requirements for the back-to-back townhouses. Shown in purple, the R6-XX, which is now the R6-17, will consist of the 5-story apartment buildings. It provides relief for lot area per unit and landscape open space, building height, and details ground floor commercial uses and gross floor area, along with driveway and parking area provisions, or setbacks, sorry. Next slide, please. The other zoning shown in light green, the OS zone or open space zone, implements the stormwater management, pond, parkland, and pedestrian walkway. Shown in dark green is the EP or environmental protection zone, which will implement the 2020 Official Plan Amendment number 39 and provide protection of the existing wetland and a 15-meter setback. The proposed zoning plan generally conforms to the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and consists of minor adjustments to some provisions in order to maximize flexibility for housing designs. The plan is also intended to facilitate a new urbanist streetscape through the positioning of the dwelling front wall and porches closer to the street and public sidewalk to diminish the presence of garages and facilitate social interaction. We are pleased to bring forward amending bylaw number 2022-0029 tonight for decision, which has been prepared together with RFA, town staff, and municipal planning consultant. Next slide, please. In closing, the residential policies of the town of Greater Napanee official plan that set out criteria to be considered when developing this area have guided the planning process for the project. The proposed housing types and lot configuration will implement an appropriate transition of density that is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and implement official plan number 39 approved in April 2020 and draft plan of subdivision approved in June 2021. Thank you for the opportunity to present the plans for Richmond Park Drive subdivision in more detail, and I'm here to assist in answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? I'll go with Councillor Richardson first and then Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Worship. If my memory serves me right, this was the plan in which the amount of green space was deficient, if I'm not mistaken. And the thought is that the green space at the fairgrounds could be used for this. Now, we know that the green space at the fairgrounds isn't publicly owned, it's privately owned. Was there any thought of increasing the amount of green space within this subdivision to at least get it to the minimums?
Through you, Madam Worship, we have in the draft conditions accounted for that. So there's a security that will be posted to make up for the deficiency in area for the moment. The intention is to provide the full 5% parkland dedication, actual land. There is land to the north of what I've been calling phase 1, which you can see is that field area and treed area to the north of all the nice colored boxes. That is future phases of the Richmond Park Drive subdivision, where we intend to provide the full 5% minimum parkland dedication. But for the moment, in these draft conditions that have been approved, we've accounted for that, and it was agreed to post a security that will be returned once the full parkland has been provided.
And if that full parkland isn't provided, then there'll be a financial
the securities will be retained by the municipality.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can we ask how much?
Michael?
I can't give you an exact dollar sign right now, but it would be linked to the appraised value of the land. The 5% minimum in the Planning Act is tied to the pre-development appraisal value of the property. So once that's completed, we have a clear picture as to what that amount is.
All right, thanks. So a couple more questions. I'm just trying to educate myself here. So we have a subdivision application, 376 dwelling units. What would roughly be, once it's this subdivision is completed, what's the amount of bodies that we would relate to 376 units with the kind of different buildings that we have here? Population.
Perhaps we can tag team this one, because you've been doing all this strategic planning and efficient plan updates. It's my understanding that the current average is 1.8 persons per household, something to that effect. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but that's would be an average.
So maybe 600 residents. And is it anticipated that the bulk of these residents would be newcomers?
It's hard to say if the bulk will be newcomers or if individuals may relocate from other areas within the municipality depending on real estate valuations at the time. Perhaps they're in a more valuable home that they wish to downsize into a unit here. It's tough to say. I would say we can certainly anticipate individuals from outside of the area coming to this subdivision. But it can be reasonable to assume that some members of the municipality now would relocate as well. It's hard to say an exact.
So either way, if we have 600 residents in this development, whether half came from existing locations sold and decided to move here, somehow we're still generating 600 roughly, right? Whether they're newcomers to the area or whether they've sold to move. Well, when they sold, somebody else took over that place, so it's still, does that make sense?
If I may, through you, Madam Worship, a project of this scale typically develops over many years. Yep. So we're not going to see 600 people next week, but it's going to occur over many, many years. And so perhaps Michael can update you on the current projections, whether it's 2% per year or what have you. Just overall growth within the greater town of Napanee. Town of Greater Napanee, sorry. So you see something like that, and this is to accommodate that growth.
So would the speed of the development be predicated on demand more than anything else? So once you start this and you sell out or you feel the pressure, you're going to be looking to continue faster. And
sorry. I believe the developer, the property owners can likely address that question, but my assumption would be yes. If there's a high demand, there would likely be high uptake and a high uptake for building permits to develop the property. It's proposed to be developed all as one phase, so meaning the servicing would be all installed as one phase ultimately. So I mean, depending on when the phasing is, the servicing is completed, it would depend on how many units the builder is looking to construct in that 1 year. Certainly we wouldn't see all of this taken up within 5 years. So I would say, for context, the Westbridge Estates subdivision to the southwest is lesser in unit count, and they've been developing that over quite a number of years. I think we can anticipate a similar rollout here in this instance as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Norrie?
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. This question actually was texted to me from Councillor Johnson. She sends her apologies. She's lost her internet and her YouTube. Yep. She's in the dark wherever she is in the world, okay. Just so you know.
That's fine.
She's just curious, does the minimum front yard include the sidewalk, or is it just the owner's portion of the yard? Does that make sense?
That would just be the private property ownership. So okay. The sidewalk is included in the municipal road allowance, and what we're looking at through standardizing subdivision layouts and road cross sections is trying to push that sidewalk as far away from that defining line between private and town property as much as we can reasonably while maintaining the grass boulevard for snow storage, but allowing for longer trucks to be parked in those driveways and not negatively impact sidewalks.
Thank you. I'll let her know. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Well, that's a good segue because at our previous meeting, Councillor Johnson was, I guess, with me and having a lot of concern about the parking spaces, and I just wanted to express appreciation for listening and working hard to address that. I think you've come up with some good solutions here, and I appreciate that the effort was made. Just very quickly, maybe a simple definition in the report. It talks about parking spaces, and earlier we were talking about dimensions. Can we just touch briefly? Is there a formal definition of a parking space by size, like 3 meters by 6 meters, or is it kind of general?
I'll take this. Through you, Your Worship, the current general provisions in the bylaw are that a standard parking space is 3 meters by 6 meters. We've built in the relief in the bylaw to allow for widening of a driveway to accommodate a slightly smaller parking space at 2.7 meters by 6 meters, I believe that's correct. So if a property owner elects to widen their driveway, they can do so up to that 2.7 meters width while still maintaining enough of a buffer between the neighboring properties, so we're not right up to the property line. There's enough room for snow storage, for example, and a bit of a buffer that way. But 3 meters by 6 meters is standard, and then widening for those certain properties that may need it is 2.7 meters in width.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. I just have a question regarding block number 96. You probably said it and I probably missed it. But this is gonna now have the back-to-back townhouses. I'm just wondering, what are they replacing? Again, could you just refresh my memory, please?
Absolutely, through you, Madam Worship. The block was previously just one larger apartment block for one apartment building.
Okay.
So what it was actually, so if you can see actually on the slide here, you can see those purple, pink, magenta L shapes. So previously for that block, we had actually a larger T-shaped building, so it had more units in it. What we've done is just simply refined that. So each of the apartment blocks would have the ability to have basically the same smaller building on them. And so we've just basically moved a number of units to just simply create a new housing type.
Okay, thank you. Just as a follow-up, so I see that there's 10 blocks there. That does not mean 10 houses to me, or is it more?
So the back-to-back townhouse that you see there on that development site plan, those would be 10 units. So basically we made the apartment building a bit smaller, reduced the number of units to the apartment building, and created a new housing type. So basically took from the apartment 10 units and created a new housing type, so that they're generally, the back-to-back townhomes, you generally see them in groups of 10. So that's what we've provided, and the development site plan just simply assisted us in determining if that was feasible. Did we have enough frontage to do that, basically? And the answer was yes. So we went ahead with that red line change.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anything further from council? Seeing nothing, you do have a recommendation before you. I just want to point out that we should make a correction. This is PLZACO 2020-077, not 007, okay? So you do have a recommendation before you. Council's wishes. Moved recommendation by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion. Motion is carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sorry to keep you so late. You just ended up to be on the, I guess the long end of the stick is what it would be instead of the short end of the stick. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Max, you're here.
There you go.
Okay, council, item 12.9. Michael, do you want to talk about the renaming of Angela Street, please?
Yes, thank you, Worship. This is tied to the previous approval for phase 1 of the Millhouse Yards subdivision. The subdivision has resulted in the connection of Heritage Park Drive and its continuity in through Angela Street, which was a stub road off of Ginger Street, or Church Street rather. So with that disjoint in the naming, it can cause logic issues with delivery services, emergency response, individuals trying to find a friend's place of residence, for example. It can cause issue with Google Maps too. We're looking at changing Angela Street to be continuous with Heritage Park Drive, and renumbering the single apartment building currently on Angela Street to give it a new number on Heritage Park Drive, which coincides with the addressing for the balance of the subdivision. We've been in contact with the property owner. They've been in contact with their tenants, and there's no concern at this time. Obviously, nobody wants to go through an address change, but we've been able to manage that with the property owners. The slight hiccup or delay in the effective date is Canada Post's effective date for when this change is able to be brought in. It takes quite a while to update their system. So what we're proposing tonight is to pass the bylaw this evening to change the name. However, the effective date is aligning with the date that Canada Post's system is updated and live. So on June the 15th is when this would become in effect, at which that point individuals can go ahead and finalize banking information changes and driver's license changes, the whole 9 yards. Canada Post system is very much tied in with other service providers' databases as well. So having their database up to date first is a crucial first chip to fall in order to allow residents to have a streamlined address change, as streamlined as possible. So without that Canada Post information up to date, it certainly can cause challenges with, I just recently went through it myself with changing an address, and banking information is tough to change with Canada Post system being out of date. So we're proposing that effective date to align with Canada Post to make it as streamlined as we possibly can. We haven't had any issue or concern from the property owner or tenants at this time, but we'll certainly work with them to make sure it's as streamlined as possible and smooth transition.
So I'll start with Councillor Purnell and Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Michael, as you know, you just went through it. I just went through it with something similar, and it's not cheap to do. So I'm just wondering, is there typically any support that we can provide to the individuals, or are they on the hook to bear the costs?
It's free to change your address with Service Ontario, so your driver's license, your health card. And Canada Post also provides 1 year free mail forwarding. So if somebody is for example, sending a package or a letter to a tenant at the building, and that individual uses the wrong address, for example, Canada Post will free of charge still forward it to the new location. They have an old and a new in those instances, so they provide that for 1 year. So apart from those two being offered for free, there could be some other financial assistance that we could provide, but I'm not aware of what exactly we would really need to provide, unless I have a specific example.
Yeah, sorry, I guess typically then there's nothing that we would normally do. I guess what I went through was I did a change of address and had some mail redirected, so it was fairly expensive. So it was $100 to have that done for a year. So anyway, but typically we wouldn't do anything then.
I'll clarify, sorry. What I should have mentioned was when it's a municipally initiated change of a road name and causing, we're kind of initiating that change for residents who have to go through this process. Canada Post recognizes that and gives them that freebie.
Oh, fantastic.
For the 1 year. Only when it's municipally initiated will they recognize that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Richardson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I mean, it only makes sense. There's only one building there, a little chunk of road. It makes sense to do it. I guess the disappointing or the difficult part is the timing on it. I know it won't affect the provincial election because it should be done by the 15th of June, but is there any adverse effects towards the municipal election which happens this fall?
I believe, I'm not sure when mailouts go, but with Canada Post system being up to date in June, as long as tenants are quick to make the change, then we should be able to get that information to them as needed, and especially with the free forwarding, we should ensure continuity of service in that regard.
Through Your Worship, the voter information letters are expected to go out late September, early October, and residents can update their information on MPAC up until the end of August, and then through voter assistance centers at the town right up until Election Day. So.
The quick answer is we don't anticipate any problems then.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? I just would point out, just from having attended Good Roads a couple weeks ago, Municipal 511 and the Ontario Roads Network are excellent resources for updating the mapping programs. And so if we make sure we're channeling the information through there, we should be able to make sure Google Maps, Magellan, whatever, can make sure they're guiding people correctly in the future.
The county graciously does that on behalf of all lower tiers, so they certainly do the bulk of that work to make sure all those maps are updated.
Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move staff recommendation as long as Angela's not upset, and whoever Angela was.
I don't actually know. We have a motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Norrie, thank you. Anything further? All in favor? And carried. And we'll jump down to 13.6, which is a bylaw number 2022-030 to amend bylaw number 00-21, being a bylaw to provide for the placing and maintaining of a civic addressing system, to change the name of Angela Street to Heritage Park Drive. First and second reading, Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor McCormack. Anything further? Seeing nothing, all in favor? And carried. Thank you, Brant. Thank you, everybody. Your Worship.
Thank you.
Or 12.10.
Yes, 12.10. I guess we're up to legislative services, so this would be Madam Clerk, please.
Through Your Worship, I have no additional comments right now, but happy to take any questions.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. The simple question is, while it's to be proposed to be brought before Council again on June 28th, is this to be effective at the start of the next term of Council or sooner? And I'm curious, some notable time changes, notable expectations for meetings and such. It changes sort of changes the definition of the commitment by council members. So I just want to make sure that if it's by the end of the term either way, that it's well communicated going forward prior to nominations and such, because people need to understand what they're nominating or being nominated for.
Through Your Worship, that is definitely the intention. It's any major changes we would want to make effective November 15th when we switch over to the new term of council, because it's not fair to switch those expectations partway through the sitting council's term. And it gives us a nice clean starting point at orientation. And that's part of the goal of bringing this report here tonight, is if council is supportive of these changes, we can start communicating that to candidates next week when they come in to start filing their papers.
Perfect.
If I-
Yeah,
He's got a follow-up.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
had a follow-up, if
Yeah,
I may,
go ahead,
Worship.
yeah.
In reading through this, I recognize that larger municipalities have daytime meetings, more frequent meetings, have separated out the Committee of Adjustment and whatnot. And certainly I support evolution. I don't know when you get to the point where we're bigger than we were and not as big as Kingston or something in between, and evolution's evolution. So I think the changes are important. I'm looking at the clock right now and seeing we're at approaching 9:30 and likely to go well later than 10. So certainly I think it's time, the evolution has come, that it's time to start making changes to lighten the burden. I mean, we stepped forward and we volunteered to do these roles as council members, but we have to remember that staff have worked all day and then expected to stay late into the evening, and that maybe wasn't necessarily part of, I mean, it's in the job description, I guess, in a way, but it's not necessarily part of the expectation when it starts, and so we need to be cognizant of that too. So I'm in support of a lot of these changes.
Thank you. So over here I have Councillor Pennell, Councillor Richardson, and Councillor McCormack. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I have a book.
Okay.
So I just want to
Should we make the motion, excuse me, to
No,
go past 10 o'clock?
I think we'll hold off a bit, Councillor McCormack, but thank you.
I just want to point out one thing that, as we're talking about time, there was a remark in this report about time, rubber stamping. Certainly, we don't do a lot of rubber stamping, or else we'd be out here by now. We do like to talk about stuff and hash it out. That's for sure. Some of the minor changes I'm okay with. So, you know, going from there and having a mandatory stop at 10 o'clock, as you can see, this report kind of contradicts itself a bit, because if we have a mandatory stop at 10 o'clock and put whatever we don't do into unfinished business and put it over to the next meeting, but then we reduce our meetings down to one a month, I can just see this being piling on and piling on. So therefore, I'm against having only one meeting a month on that. So for the minor adjustments, I'm pretty good with all of these. Maybe I'll shorten this up and just get into the significant amendments. For number B in the significant one, I'd rather see with the Committee of Adjustments going along with something like what we had during the delegation of authority, where, and we saw it tonight in the land severance applications, growth does an unbelievable job, and Michael has read us like a book, and he knows what we're going to ask him, so he takes care of it when he's doing his presentation. So therefore, it is a rubber stamp. During the delegation, there was work being done where we didn't have any say in it, which was fine. I would be okay with handing over that sort of thing, as long as we got a list of what has been done. For anything major where a bylaw needs to be changed or something that has a little bit more work in, then maybe it would come across our desks. And certainly I would not be in favor of having a committee of whole with that. There's a comment in there about whether committee of whole, then each councillor would have their opportunity to chair a meeting, and we do chair meetings now for other things. I'm not sure if that's what the remark was about, or if it's we chair a committee of whole meeting. So that was that. There's a lot of talk about putting staff all into one building to streamline the process and to be able to give the residents the best service that they can. And I think by taking a council meeting away, slowing things down, having a committee of the whole where we would have a meeting during the day. And I believe if reading the report correctly, we would still have to, that the committee of whole would still report back to council for council's approval. So I believe if that's correct, that it would be slowing down the process. Sure, it might be taking some weight off of our shoulders, distributing the work out, but at the end of the day, I don't believe that these changes that were proposed here would streamline any process at all. With the other changes, I'd have to see what, yeah, so it seems that just like having, moving the meetings to, I'm gonna have to see what these ones are, but I'll leave it at that for now, but I do want to come back here because I thought that I'd be smart tonight and just have bullet points, and that just blew up on my face, so I'm gonna just put her over to Councillor Richardson, but I would like to come back and
Before
finish
we
this.
go to Councillor Richardson, Madam Clerk, is there anything you would like to comment on or clear up from some of the questions and comments that Councillor Pennell has had?
Certainly, I'm happy
Okay.
happy to do that.
Thank you.
I think one thing is this is not set in stone. This is a suggestion, and I think we all knew that daytime meetings was potentially going to be a hard sell point if that's something that there's pros and cons to doing it. It's just something we wanted to have a discussion about. That's also part of why this doesn't come back till June 28th in draft form. We really think the Committee of the Whole has the potential to, this is the exact sort of thing you would deal with in Committee of the Whole, where we can have these discussions and hash things out on how are they going to work, and then you bring the refined product to a council meeting to pass and approve. Hopefully not slowing the process down, but getting, letting council dig in a little bit deeper on the important stuff. In terms of how the chairing works, you sort of rotate the chair around through the meeting. So if your portfolio is growth and development, then when we get to that part of the agenda, you sit in the chair's seat and speak to those reports and have a little bit more background information heading into that discussion, just to sort of give council a little bit more ownership, I think, of those decisions.
If I may.
Certainly.
To council is what you've got in this report is probably the experience of 3 or 4 different senior staff members in different municipalities. And I think it's not, you can't say we're just changing what we do. We're, like, some of these meetings and some of the subjects that a council would deal with now, they won't deal with, right? In terms of some of the, especially the development issues get pushed off. I think we'd look at, some of the public meetings being pushed off, trying to get out of jamming everything into a council meeting. And I think we would like to see a clear separation between what I would call a meeting, and these are all public meetings with council staff, meeting where you actually roll up your sleeves and discuss things and hash things out, and an actual council meeting where it becomes basically the legislative and policy-making piece. And I think when you separate those out, create different meetings, and I think they become a little bit more effective, and they're not quite as long. So I think what you're seeing is maybe we understand it by nature because we've dealt with it in different municipalities, and then for council now to look at it and say it's completely new, maybe have not participated in it. I think in some of these cases we may have to get a little bit more granular in terms of what we see as the construct of a committee of the whole meeting, right? In terms of the passing of the chair and how that specifically would work. And I think in some respects we would want to get a little bit more disciplined in terms of the types of reports that would come to council. There's a general feeling that we could probably lessen the number of reports and be a little bit more stricter in terms of, do we actually need that report? We'd work with a forward agenda. So I think it's all of these things put together where I think it would be more efficient, but I'm sure for council that's not worked in those different environments. It's a bit different. And I guess the only other thing I would say is I don't think size matters in this case, to the deputy mayor's point. It's really around whether we're a small municipality or a big one, because some of us have done these types of meetings in small municipalities. We may just have to, like I said, get a little bit more granular and transactional in terms of how these would actually work to, I think, give council a better idea in terms of how that would work over a year.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just I realized that this was just suggestions, so if I was taken the wrong way. I apologize, I have that impression on a lot of people. Now, the problem that I have is that, and I'm fixated on one point, and there's a reason why I'm fixated on it, and I'm going to use that rubber stamp here for a minute. If more is taking away from us and then put back in front of us, it's just a rubber stamp because someone else has already done the work. Or is it still us in the meetings doing the work?
So if I may, so I guess when it would be there for, so if you had a committee of adjustment or a committee of the whole that comes back to council, you're there to approve it. You may have different people doing the work for you. Does that make sense?
It does, but
right. So you still get the visibility on it. You still ultimately have the final say.
The final say, but you didn't have it from the ground roots. You didn't do it. Okay.
That's correct. Other people are doing the work. Other committees.
Okay, right. And something else I was just going to say to that, but I lost my train of thought, but I will be back.
Okay,
thanks.
thank you. Councillor Richardson, and then I'll go to Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Worship. I'll just follow up on that last point, and then I'll get into where I was headed. But I guess the concern there is we're adding another layer of government that I don't think we really realistically even need. Is that if it's going to ultimately come back to us anyways, I really don't see a reason to add that extra layer of government. I'll be quite honest with you, and I'm going to be very quick. I'm supportive of a lot of the minor amendments that are in this report. I'm not supportive of the significant amendments that are in this report. I think at this point, we are 3.5 years into a term of council. We are going to try and suggest how the next council does what they do, and I don't think that's fair on the next council. I think it should be up to the next, I mean, let's face it, the next council could look significantly different than what this council looks like. It could also look very similar. But I think that's a decision that the next council should have to make. And the reality of it is that, you know, we could have 4 or 5 or 6, 7 new faces around this horn that had basically the amount of experience that we'd had when we started. And I don't think it's fair that we should dictate towards the next council as to how they are going to do business. If they get 6 months or 8 months into their term of council and decide that, you know, we can do things better or more efficiently, then I think that should be their decision. That shouldn't be our decision. So while I agree with a lot of the minor amendments that are here, and some of them I think we've already identified and put into practice, I'm not supportive and not prepared to support any of the significant amendments that are suggested here, at least at this time anyways. So I just don't want to change the game for the next council coming in the 11th hour of our term of council. So that's my opinion on it as well. So,
Councillor McCormack, and then I'll go to Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Thank you, Worship. First, I'd like to start by saying thank you very much for moving the agenda up a day, so we have an extra day to review it. I think that's really good. And also removing the correspondence for information and bringing that into some other kind of form that we can review separately. That's also a good move. And I also think moving the closed session to 6 o'clock instead of later on helps move the council meetings a little bit, you know, earlier in the day. But then I'll go along with in my personal experience, when we were elected the first year, you're kind of learning how everything works. And the second year, you're starting to gain traction. And the third year, that's when I found we were really effective. So as what Councillor Richardson just said, if you have new council members that have no experience in holding meetings and whatnot, if we changed the process today to take effect with the new council next year, it might be a little unfair for some of them to have to chair meetings with portfolios and all that, maybe halfway through when they're more experienced and in tune with how things work. Possibly that might be better. And the other part was where we have citizens with elected council members on committees like Committee of Adjustment or whatever. I'm not sure how that would work. I'm open, but I think when you run for office and you get sworn in, we were all, you know, we all took it seriously, and not to speak poorly about those that are not on council, but I've seen people come with different perspectives, and I wonder how that would work when it's not a full-time commitment that we have. So just a thought.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I had a couple things. I'm going to start with my last one first, and that's because it just came from what Councillor McCormack said. I've interacted with other committees of adjustment that have a single councillor and multiple citizens appointed. Those citizens sit on it for years, maybe decades, and maybe are even more well-versed in the process than a new councillor because of their time, although they didn't start there, obviously. I don't have a problem with that. And in fact, what I look at when I see things like that is a lightening of the load. So, and I'm gonna turn onto the portfolios now, because I'm gonna go from what I interpreted from the report. And we've seen this in other committees. So we've both been on the Conservation Authority, Cataraqui Conservation Authority. They do the same structure where they have committees within permitting and financing, executive committee, I don't remember all the committees. So they've broken it down so the entire board isn't sitting on each committee or in each portfolio, but there's a few. It's lightening the load so that we're not all burdened by having 12 to 14 meeting hours per month. Maybe it's 8 to 10, but we've spread it out so that we've got 20 to 30 meeting hours per month, but it's spread out among all of us so that we individually have less. And if you think of it that way, we're still getting the representation, we're still getting the discussion, and then it comes together a committee of a whole, and then it gets discussed further and better understanding among the rest of council, and then it comes to council. So it's kind of a layering of the governance in a way that decreases the total burden individually, but improves the total vision time for council, if that makes sense. Am I interpreting that correctly? So it actually makes for a much more accountable oversight, although it's spread out differently than all of us always seeing everything. We see it eventually at a different layer, but not in the original discussion. But it comes to, you know, maybe some of us have more interest in recreation and facilities, and maybe more of us, or some of us have more interest in public works. And so you kind of put yourself in that role or volunteer for it, and you get selected for it. But it spreads out the load, increases the overall oversight and accountability, but decreases the individual load on the individual councillors. If that helps. It's a governance structure, right? And it's just creating another layer, but breaking it up among us.
If I may, Your Worship,
Sure.
If we were having this conversation 2 years ago, I would be much more receptive to that, but we're not. What we're trying to do is change the course for the folks that are coming behind us. And I don't think that's fair for us to do that. I really don't. If we'd had this conversation 2 years ago, say, listen, we can fix this, we can do this better, I would be much more receptive to it, because I can say, listen, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I can wear it. I can accept that. I just have a problem with doing this in the 11th hour. We've, with all due respect, we've got a lot of balls in the air right now. We've got a whole pile of different plans that I'm not so certain we're going to get done as it is. And by throwing another ball into the air, I think it's going to complicate it. So, like I say, I mean, in life, timing is everything. And I just don't think the timing for this conversation is to be had 108, 109 days before we go into lame duck, which is basically where we're headed. So that's just my opinion. And like I say, if we're going to change it, we're going to wear it. But many of us may not be here the next time, so how are we going to wear it? So I would sooner allow the next term of council to have that conversation, and if they think that that is the direction that they should go in, they can do it far earlier than 108, 109 days from lame duck.
Did you wish to speak again?
Yeah, I would, and it's kind of on that point, and I'm not arguing against it, I'm actually partly supporting it. When I accepted the nomination and agreed to sit, I knew what the expectation was. If I thought it was gonna change to a 9:30 a.m. meeting, man, that might be a deal breaker for some people. And that's a concern. And so I get where you're coming from in the sense that if we were to say, this is what we're proposing for the next term of council, that might change who puts their names forward and who doesn't. It might. It might not. It might improve, or that's neither here nor there. It just might change who the players might be. But at some point, the change has to happen. So I don't know how to get over that hurdle of dealing with it now, dealing with it later, putting two things out there and letting the next term of council take it. I don't know.
Me next.
We don't have to decide this tonight. We're just
That's
discussing.
right, we're not deciding it tonight. And I know you wanted to speak again, maybe Councillor Pennell, but I'm gonna jump in here with a few things. To start off with, I believe a lot of this was gathered from what council members themselves had put in by suggestions. We are probably one of, and it doesn't make it right, we are probably one of the only municipalities in Eastern Ontario that operates the way that we do, in that we have two regular council meetings and no committee of the whole, and also no committee structure that puts, as the deputy mayor has said, puts a specialist in there in recreation and parks and facilities and infrastructure. So there's not that one person, and we've kind of operated that way anyway because of COVID. Our communication with this council has been good because everybody copies everything to everybody on anything. If it's coming from a concern of a citizen, if it's coming from, if we're asking staff a question about something that's on the agenda. So we're having the committee of the whole, but we're doing it and not making decisions, please, by discussing it beforehand. So a lot of that stuff gets done. I believe, sort of for argument's sake, because we haven't had one in 2 or 3 hours, Councillor Richardson. And I say that with respect, and you know that. I would rather see a line plotted and a way of going forward plotted for the next council to follow. We had 5 new ones last time, and then COVID. So it took even longer. You did know the times of meetings and so on beforehand, and times of meetings aren't etched in stone. But I think it's time that we looked at modernizing the way that we react with the public and including them and more. From, Councillor, I can't remember who said about people sitting on board, on the Committee of Adjustment. It brings people in from all different walks of life that have different experiences and maybe even bring more to the table than what some of us can do. Different businesses, the way that it might affect them. I don't think it's something that we can just tonight say, this isn't going to work. I think we all need to go back and maybe take a look at the improvements that we can do. We're not trying to get staff to work less hours. We're not trying to get council to work less hours. We're trying to find a structure that gets us out of these chambers before midnight. And Committee of the Whole is something that does that. And I know that you look at enough meetings and you read enough agendas, but if you want to see how they operate and how differently the feel is within the room, and then when they go to make the decisions, most of the questions have been answered, but they can still do it, is watch Loyalist, watch the City of Kingston, watch the City of Belleville. They've operated, and Prince Edward County, they've operated under it for years. They have people on these committees from outside that aren't on council. And maybe those people at some point will run for council. So it gives us a whole new area to reach for both volunteers and future council members that are interested. Nothing that's been said here is wrong tonight. Nothing, you know, everybody has wanted to do their job, but I do think that we have to look at having different people chair meetings is a good idea. I think one of the largest common concerns of people is the relationship of the mayor with the CAO and some of staff, and that's not going to change. But if you're chairing meetings, then your relationship with the staff and the CAO changes, and everybody gets that experience. So that's why I would like to see, I'm not going to live or die on this, but I do think that we need to look at ways that we can improve the outreach and the way that we do our jobs instead of sometimes what I call muddling. Yeah.
Just 30 seconds, and I think it came from this side of the table. I'm not sure if it was Councilor McCormack or Councilor Richardson, but I want to talk to the issue of training. And Jessica and I have had these discussions over the last couple of weeks about making sure the council understands, so you don't show up and there's whether it's a bus tour or a one-day orientation, it's a series of structured, sequenced presentations and discussions with staff, starting with me and then Jessica, you know, what legislative responsibilities are, what administrative responsibilities are, how to conduct the meetings. So I think the key to some of this is making sure that we give council the advice, I'll call it training, guidance, such that you're not sort of, you know, finding your way in the first year or the first couple of years so you hit your stride in third year, so that you can hit the ground running. And realistically, we should be conducting, you know, information sessions and training and all this stuff for council on a regular basis, such that council can hit the ground running. I don't think a lot of councils do that as much as they should, and I think staff's prepared to do that to help.
Can I have a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock, please? Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worsh. I'm not going to rehash this, but I really honestly do believe this is a conversation that should be had in March or April of 2023. You know, it could be part of the training process, it could be part of the learning process, it could be part of anything, but and maybe it's just my personal opinion, but I just feel it's important that there be a bunch of people taken over from us, and they should have a say in how they do their business, and I just don't think that we should be dictating that, so I'll leave it at that, so thank you.
Councillor Pinal, did you want to have something to say too, please?
I did, but I think as I'm sitting here listening, and I think that the questions and where I was going to go with my other statements that I now remember would be best if I had individual instructions or someone to answer my questions, not in here taking up the time, if we're on time. But, you know, there is committees that we're already on. Just to go back a little bit, you know, the Community Development Advisory, I currently chair it. When it was up and running, I come back and I report to you guys. So I get that, and I get that whole structure that everybody's talking about. The pool, the aquatics committee, I get all of that. I just have an issue with the expedience of getting stuff back to the residents. And no disrespect, Deputy Mayor, when you're talking about different layering and stuff and going to different meetings, that's taking up time. And I just think that, you know, if we're all together to try to give the best service that we can, then we need to not reduce our meetings. I mean, heck, I've worked all day. Everybody sitting here has been up all day. We've all worked all day. That's something that when we sign up for this, that's what's going to happen. I think that's I'll leave it with that. But I just think that we need to give the best service that we can, the quickest time that we can on something. And I do know that COVID threw a wrench into a lot of our term on this. But I'll leave it with that, and I think that we have a piece of work here to put on for unfinished business for next time, and I'll be reaching out to certain people to get further instructions on my questions. Thank you.
Council's wishes. Go ahead, Councilor McCormick.
Your Worship, I just reiterate that I'd like to see us move the agenda a day earlier. We can possibly agree on that, because that's good news. And then moving the correspondence for information to a different kind of format would also not hinder any future plans with future council members. And moving closed session to 6 o'clock, I think that also would be quite helpful in trying to reduce the late hours of some of the meetings. And as for the rest of it, maybe that could be further discussions, but maybe those 3 items could be agreed upon.
Do you have a seconder for that? Okay. And your idea of moving it forward would be when? Pardon?
You didn't record that I was the seconder. I was just saying it for Jessica's.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. So what do we, Terry, when are you away?
Middle 2 weeks of June.
So we'll do it then.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
But you can come in virtually anyway.
Virtually, I can come in, yes.
So, you know, I was kidding. So
I know you were. I owe you one.
So, with the meeting schedule, Madam Clerk, if I guess we could say that those would be things that we would look at changing, and that if we could have a report come back that we'll need to make a decision on. After that, what are you thinking of?
Through your worship, I am just wondering if the best thing is to take what we've heard tonight, flesh some stuff out a little better, and bring a report to May 24th. Does that, like, I think a lot of the small changes, there weren't any concerns about changing that before the next term of council. Just, some of those, honestly, you could change immediately if that was the desire, but is there a desire to talk about this more at that last meeting in May, which I believe we have everyone here for that one? Or no?
So if I may, I'm trying to think of how we provide a little bit more advice and substance to what we're discussing in terms of whether it's layer of governance, whether it's different governance, whether it's, because again, somebody says committee of the whole, and I know exactly how it works. The whole chairing of the meeting, I know how it works. We've seen it. So what I'm trying to do is take, how do we take something that's, I think, conceptual to most of this council to say, and how do you actually, I think it's actually a word, concretize, or make it more concrete in terms of what it actually means so that you could see it. Because I truly believe, I think if you could see it, how it would work, I think you would agree that it might be the right thing to do. And the timing is the right timing. But I don't want to flog a dead horse, right? I'm just thinking if we took another crack at it in a different way, I think we might be able to sort of make it a little bit more.
And if the main concern is daytime meetings, like, I would happily drop that and keep the committee of the whole structure.
That could be a choice.
If that's, like, the problem is the idea of meeting at 9:30 a.m., we can revise this and rework it and bring something back in May.
Your Worship, maybe we could have just a separate meeting on this.
Sure. That's up to you.
Well, time is of the essence
Yes, it
because
is.
the clerk's going to want to be able to have a decision on this, sooner than later with the elections coming up. And I'd be more than happy to have if you want to call it a committee meeting on this to better understand the pros and cons. And
I guess, if I may, I just wonder if we could mock something up that would make a little bit more sense as opposed to a series of descriptions, right? Actually mocking up agendas, mocking up structures that would potentially make some sense.
Sure. So what do we have on the floor right now?
I believe the resolution on the floor was to move forward with 3 specific changes as far as the start time of the closed session meeting and
The agendas.
the couple of minor changes to the agendas with the correspondence for information.
And getting the agendas.
And getting the agendas out the day earlier, that was the third one. At this point, I believe we have significantly proposed to amend the agenda, or amend the resolution to be that the council directs staff to report back with more information based on the discussion held at this meeting tonight. Absolutely.
Okay.
Your report has an answer for your worship.
I think that's a good idea.
Me too.
And we would propose to have a training session on what committee of the whole structures look like at a special council meeting on.
Okay.
Yeah, at a later date.
Okay, so I have a mover and a seconder for that. Everybody understand what we're going with here? Mover and a seconder?
No,
Did we not make, John had
moved
made.
it.
and I seconded it.
Yeah.
But it has substantially changed since you moved and seconded. I don't know if we should get a motion to amend the motion.
To include the special meeting?
Yeah, a special
Alright.
meeting for training.
So friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment work for that? I know you don't like friendly amendments.
Are you okay with officially moving that amendment?
Yes, I am, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk.
And the
Sure.
seconder
Okay.
agrees as well. Everybody good on that? Call the question. All in favor of the motion? Motion's carried. You can tell by the length how important it is to all of us. Nobody's wrong and nobody's right, but we need to make sure that this can go forward. Okay, how many more pages have we got? Legislative Services, ATV bylaw review. Jessica, when you're finished there. Sorry.
No, I believe actually Aggie is present to speak to this one. She's up on the.
Oh, Aggie, sorry. Can you,
I have no comments to add, but I'm here for questions.
okay. Council, go ahead, Councilor Richardson.
Thank you, Your Worship. My concerns with the report are, it doesn't address any of the concerns of the public that we had months ago. I think we're all aware that the OPP can enforce the Off-Roads Vehicles Act, but with respect to, I guess if I can ask a question of Aggie, I know that the president of the ATV club has approached me, and I was able to forward them on to town staff. Was there any conversations with the president of the ATV club with respect to the report and with respect to the recommendations?
So we did have discussions with the president of the ATV club, and the consensus was that they were looking for clear passageway through the town for utilitarian purposes. Now, I did not forward a copy of the report. I didn't think it was pertinent after meeting with the OPP and discussing the various issues that the OPP would have with the enforcement of it, specifically pertaining to traffic backup, safety for pedestrians, crosswalks, wood lane width, ATV width, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't seem like a feasible option to allow any form of a rite of passageway through the urban core. The Highway Traffic Act does specify that if anything's being used for, any ATV is being used for an agricultural purpose, they are allowed to pass through any highway or roadway to complete those agricultural purposes.
I guess it's always important to listen to the user groups with respect to the bylaws. The province allows the municipalities, which is really kind of an odd thing in the fact that the province allows us to make these rules with respect to the bylaws, with respect to ATV use in the municipalities. And they wouldn't do that if they didn't think that we had the ability and the responsibility to do that. So I think it's important we have to listen to the user groups. I mean, they're part of the public, they're part of the people. We listen to the user groups with respect to everything else we do. We had a public meeting with respect to the boat ramp. So I think it would be errant for us not to include the user groups. Now, what's probably not included with respect to the ATV, the club, is that I know that we had issues or complaints with respect to people that want to use their ATVs to plow driveways. And if they want to plow their own driveway and they decide that they want to go down to their neighbor's driveway, 6 or 7 houses down Thomas Street, they were in contravention of the bylaw. And I think that's wrong. I really do. I mean, in talking to Mr. Baldwin, he seemed to be a very reasonable man. He's an avid ATVer. And he was the first one to admit, he says, we do not need to run down Center Street. We do not need to run down Dundas Street at all. He says, we just need a safe and a viable option to get our ATVs from our houses to the trails, or to use our ATVs to plow driveways, to help out our neighbors. And I don't think that it's unrealistic. And to suggest that the OPP doesn't want to do it because they haven't got the ability to enforce the Off-Road Vehicle Act. My goodness gracious, they enforce the Off-Road Vehicle Act all across the province. And I just don't think that's realistic. And I'm disappointed in the fact that there isn't any kind of information about the public or receipt or the contact that we've had with them with respect to it. We've checked with the OPP and they don't want to do it, and that's the end of it. So I'm disappointed in it. I think, I mean, I'm not going to support option number 1. I think if I had to support anything, I'll support option number 3 and see what viable options we can have to allow these user groups to access the trails, to plow their neighbors' driveways, to use a cart on the back of a four-wheeler to go down to their neighbors and pull the weeds and take it to another site. I think that's just common sense, but then, of course, I may not see the world the same as the rest of us. So in any event, that's where I sit on the position anyway, so.
Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, I've spoken to a few ATV riders, users, Stephen Baldwin included, among others. The ne'er-do-wells and the tomfoolery that can happen will happen regardless of whether we permit it or not. And I'll cite a very specific example that I was witness to a couple years ago, sitting outside the Queen's at the upper end here, waiting for my daughter. And 2 ATVs blew by me at the train station going about 80 to 100K. There's no laws allowing them to be in town at all, yet there they were. Those are the few bad apples that'll occur in every bunch. That's not who's asking for this. Napanee is in a unique circumstance where half of the municipality is separated from the other half by a river, which we have 3 crossings, which are county roads within the urban service portion of the town, which prevent travel by ATVs. There is no other municipality that has this, to my knowledge, certainly not in the immediate area. And so, ATV users and enthusiasts in the area feel somewhat disserviced that they can't simply get from their property north or south of town to the other to join up with trails, to visit, whatever. These are recreational vehicles that get used on the shoulders, following the laws, traveling the appropriate speed limits. At this time, if they wanted to, they could travel east on Switzerville Road, cross the 401 there, and come back. That leaves our municipality to do so. That's the only way to get from the south end to the north end. The request was to find some way to permit them to cross the river, take another side street, head out Camden Road, whatever. This isn't going to be a procession of vehicles. It's not, I mean, you're still going to see more tractors driving through Napanee than 4-wheelers. This isn't going to open up a whole new thing. I'm not quite as strong in my disappointment, but I echo Councillor Richardson's comments that we need to be a little more open-minded and outside the box thinking to come up with some way of permitting the use. Yes, the snow plowing and everything else, that's one of those things that I don't think many enforcement would be very heavy-handed on. If you're plowing your driveway and you're plowing your grandmother's driveway or your neighbor's driveway, you're obviously not up to no good. It's just that the recreational use, the traveling with them, it's no different than a motorcycle club or a group of the Napanee cruisers going out for a drive, and there's a handful of them that might travel at once. And they're going to be respectful, and they're going to be responsible, and they're going to be wearing their helmets and everything else. There are other jurisdictions in the world where ATVs are vehicles, and they're lit and mirrored and all the rest of it and plated. ATVs are plated in this province. They are required to have insurance if they're on a public highway. And we permit them everywhere except within the serviced area of town, which completely cuts the north and south apart. And I'm going to stop there and just encourage more dialogue, especially with the clubs, and make it a more public and open process as well. Thank you.
The one thing that I will say is, I believe option 1 is being slightly misinterpreted, that we're not looking to say a firm boundary as soon as that there is a municipal service to an area. We're looking to set a firm boundary as to where it would be feasible to have any off-road vehicles or all-terrain vehicles entering the service limit. So it wouldn't be as soon as the water system starts or as soon as the service areas start. There would be an agreed upon service boundary that we would consult the ATV clubs with. But again, I think that I would caution, just in case it does get a little out of hand, as Deputy Mayor stated, that there will always be people who will not follow the regulations or the rules. And although there are a host of regulations for any off-road vehicle to be considered legal, the majority of them are not following all of the prescribed precautions in the Off-Road Vehicles Act.
Thanks, Aggie.
Your Worship, may I add one additional
Certainly.
comment?
Mm-hmm.
I did just want to clarify as well, the comment from the OPP was not that they did not want to enforce this, it was that the municipality is knowingly assuming liability and risk if we change our bylaw to let ATVs operate in town when they have a significant safety concern about it. And so while that option is still present, option 2 or 3, they just wanted to make sure that we knew that their position is that that is assuming more risk and that we should be aware of it. That was more what that comment was directed towards.
And is that, I just want to get one question in here, Councillor Richardson. Is that just pertaining strictly to Greater Napanee, or is that OPP thinking province-wide?
Through your worship, we only spoke to the OPP locally, so I can't answer that question.
I would love to see some statistics and some data that would suggest that the ATV users are any more hazardous or dangerous than the e-bike users, than the scooter users, than the motorcycle users. We've not seen any data to suggest that there's any reality to that. And I would like to see some data. If that is what's out there, I'd like to see that data. And we haven't seen that. As a matter of fact, we don't even know who we talked to at the OPP. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, we can't leave it at that because we have to make a suggestion as to what's going forward, because this has been kicking around since God was a child and before. So let's have somebody put something forward, whether it's asking Aggie to get more information, whether it's asking the stats, but come on, somebody on council, put something forward here before I do. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
This might be a little bumpy, but I got good soft tires and suspension on my ATV to accommodate that. So I'm going to suggest we begin with option 3 as a discussion point, take it back to the ATV club. The only possible limitation I could foresee for public safety and for traffic concerns and all the rest of it is time of day use, or rush hour, if you will. I wouldn't want to see ATVs navigating Center Street at all during the morning bus runs and whatever else when there's the most traffic on the road. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. A lot of this will be recreational times, weekends, evenings, but that's not, I also don't want to prescribe that and put that out there because I may be missing something. So I think I would propose option 3 as a discussion point between, and I'll propose Aggie Hill to take this back to the ATV group, see where that sits with them, and if they have any more wording, and I'm not even sure who else might be included in that discussion. Bumpy.
May I read that resolution back?
Yeah.
Just, so I've got that council received the report for information, and further council endorse option 3 as a discussion starting point and direct staff take the matter back to the public, specifically the ATV group, for comment. Is there a date that you would like this brought back to council by?
Only sooner rather than later. I know that they're anxious. I know I bought a vacuum bag from Stephen the other day and he couldn't help but bring it up. So I mean, it's there.
Jessica, who enforces
The OPP does. The
OPP. Do I have a seconder for that? And in the meantime, this doesn't mean that everybody can go everywhere.
Nope. Not yet. But we're working on it.
If we had a committee of whole.
Comment, Your Worship.
Certainly, go ahead, please.
How about including, if the OPP is suggesting that the town could be liable, maybe there's use at your own risk in the bylaw that would approve certain routes for the ATVers. Just as a suggestion, I don't know how much weight it would carry, but, you know, something to consider, so.
Aggie, you took all that in, did you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the question, unless there's other comments to go. No, it's not committee of the whole. Okay. All in favor of the motion? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Aggie.
No problem.
Okay, 12.12, Legislative Services, Road Allowance Closure and Sale Application. Martin. Is this you, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. No additional comments. Happy to take questions.
Motion to make it so.
Move staff recommendation by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor McCormack. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Legislative Services. Legislative Services, Road Allowance Closure and Sale Application, Myatt. You do have a recommendation before you, Council. Move staff recommendation, Councillor Richardson.
Seconder?
Yeah, I do. I wasn't sure.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, I was going to say seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. That's right. Yeah. Legislative Services, Road Allowance Closure. We just close all the roads and then we don't have to worry about the ATVs. Legislative Services, Road Allowance Closure and Sale Policy Review. Madam Clerk. Holy moly.
Through your worship, I do realize we just ended one land sale moratorium, but this is just a pause. This one should not take nearly as long. And I'm happy to take any questions on this report.
I have a book. Okay, sorry, where are we now?
Yeah, council's wishes, we're at 12.14.
Thank you. Oh,
Aren't we?
Yes.
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 Councillor Brunel has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead. Staff recommendation?
Yeah, thank you, Worship.
Okay,
Staff recommendation.
seconded by Councillor Richardson, any further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. We're at 12:15. Madam Clerk again.
Through your worship, this report is just to explain the context of the bylaw later on the agenda, but I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions of Jessica? Otherwise, you do have a recommendation before you. Staff recommendation, Councillor Pennell, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. 12:16 must be spring, outdoor patio license for the Loaf and Ale. You do have a recommendation before you to receive, and then...
Just a question, is there anything different than we've seen in the past, or is this pretty much what we saw pre-COVID, during COVID, whatever?
This is exactly what you would have seen pre-COVID.
Okay.
So moved.
Yeah. Move staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor McCormack. All, if there are no further questions or comments, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Bylaw number 2022-0025 to dissolve the downtown Napanee Business Improvement Area. Read a first, second, and I'm going to go third time. Councillor Norrie, seconded. Councillor Pennell, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Bylaw number 2022-0026 to appoint livestock valuators. Sorry, yeah. Councillor Pennell, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, do you have questions?
You, no disrespect to anybody on the list, is there specific qualifications? Is there a database they rely on? Is there any OMAFRA guidance on that? I mean, I don't really know the process, but I wouldn't want somebody who's specifically trained in bylaw to put a value on a horse, necessarily. I just want to make sure that we've got the right people doing the right task, is what I'm saying.
May I speak to that?
Certainly can.
Through your worship, there is training through OMAFRA that is done, and that has been done before we brought this forward. This is mostly just to make sure we have another backup person, because there's a very tight legislative turnaround on these when the applications come in. So we want to make sure we have another person who's able to do the task, but there's training. We're not sending someone out who doesn't have any knowledge, and the values are set out in the legislation as well.
Right, okay, thank you. I asked the question going back to an anecdotal story I heard from another farmer years ago about a situation where he didn't feel he was treated fairly. Okay. That's where it came from, so.
Yep, no problem, good question.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a mover, do I have a seconder? Okay. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried, thank you. Bylaw number 2022-0027 to expropriate all estate right, title and interest in Park Lot 20, Eastside Sheffield Road, Napanee, Part 11 on Plan 29R 235, PIN 45088-0010 in the town of Greater Napanee. To expropriate. First, second, and third readings. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor Pennell, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Bylaw number 2022-0028 to amend zoning bylaw number 02-22 as amended PLZACO 2022-013. Councillor Pennell, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that. Motion is carried. Bylaw number 2022-0029 to amend zoning bylaw number 02-22 as amended PLZACO 2022-077. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor Pennell, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Just as an aside, if we had a different way of running the meetings, could I put all those bylaws through at the same time?
You certainly could have,
Thank
as
you.
well as all of the proclamations at the start of the meeting.
Yeah, okay, thank you, just checking.
13.6 was taken care of earlier, Your Worship.
That's right, yep. Any new business?
Right here.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So I'm bringing this to council's attention, but it's going to be a bit of a motion of support. So I think I need support to add this to the agenda. So
Yes, 2/3, yeah.
the motion has to do with receiving cautionary signs for roadside for slow-moving vehicles, self-propelled implements of husbandry. So I'm bringing a motion to support it, and if supported, the local federation would give us about a dozen signs to place around the roadsides in the rural portion of the town.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, sorry, could you read that to me again, please?
I can read the whole thing. I didn't know the process. Do you want me to read the whole thing first?
Do you want this under new business or notice of motion?
New business.
New business,
If it's
okay,
wanting
yep.
to be dealt with tonight, it
Yep.
should be new
Okay,
business.
I'll read it more fluidly this time. So, Lennox Nightingale Federation has 350 members. The OFA has 38,000. Road safety is always a concern, and the Ontario Federation has a project called Revive, which is providing some funding for some various things. So, this year, the Lennox Nightingale Federation would like to work on a project that will help teach motorists what the slow-moving vehicle emblem is. It's not a driveway marker. It's a triangle that's supposed to be displayed on the back of self-propelled implements of husbandry that are not capable of maintaining speeds of 40 or faster. And so, LAFA would like to invite each of the municipalities in the county to partner with them on road safety awareness. They're offering to purchase MTO-approved road signs, and we have some in the area and some in neighboring municipalities already. Once purchased, at their expense, they are asking the municipalities agree to install the signs at mutually agreed upon locations. This is a perfect opportunity to share costs on this initiative. There's a sign image included. It basically just says caution slow-moving vehicles with an emblem on it. And they're discussing that, well, they discussed that tonight at their meeting. I believe they were going to go ahead and order them for all 4 municipalities, but they're asking for a letter of support. This came to me late last week, and it has to be submitted by the end of the month, but because their meeting is so late in the month, it was difficult for them to time any sooner. So that's the motion, is to support that by agreeing to put up the signs that they provide.
So, we've got a mover and a seconder, but first we have to allow it to go to be under new business. Is that what you want?
Yes, Your Worship, if we could get a motion that council will consider this tonight with no prior notice, with 2/3 support. If that passes, then council can consider a motion to agree to the request from, as presented by Deputy
Moved
Mayor.
by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Richardson. All in favor of that motion. Motion is carried unanimously with the council in the room.
So then I make the motion to support it with all it means for us is that the town staff would be meeting with LAFA at some point for the exchange of the signs and agreeing to some locations and then providing the installation.
I can sort of, okay, moved by, seconded by Councillor Pennell. John was saying, how do we get it done?
I would just want to make
TAC
sure to
committee will
council
look at
that, you know, the GM of infrastructure isn't here, and some of these roads may be county roads, so I'm not saying it can't be done, we just have to make sure it's done in accordance with proper road guidelines and whatever those things might be.
And I'm sure we can discuss it through TAC.
That's right.
To bring all of the committee.
TAC committee will take it from here. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you.
I will pass word on behalf of the council to LAFA that the support is there.
Does that come to county tomorrow night too?
It wasn't intended to, but I can bring it there again.
No, I don't think it will because Chris won't like it. He doesn't like sign pollution, but I'm sure.
I know, neither does Jim Hagedorn, but he was still willing to support it.
No, that's fine. All right, any other new business? Any notices of motion? Any statements by members? The only statement I'll make is the Raiders were blanked tonight, so we're down 3-1 in the series. A motion to go into closed session, please. Adjourn into closed session pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act in order to discuss a personal matter about identifiable individuals and the prospective acquisition of land. Councillor Pennell, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Okay, we're live, coming out of closed session. I need a resolution. Okay, and within closed session, council approved the closed session minutes of April the 5th, received and reviewed nominees for the Ontario Senior Award, which contained personal information about identifiable individuals, and received information about a potential acquisition of land and gave staff advice. So a motion to rise and report and accept, sorry, let me get the right wording here so that I've got it. Council rise and report from closed session, and further that all recommendations made within the closed session be hereby adopted. I had Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the town corporation of the town of Greater Napanee for April the 26th. Moved by Councillor Richardson, Councillor Norrie, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Norrie, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
I have a sore neck.
Dave, they said.